Kevin, I agree. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. Good job. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
My fan has gotten louder. I don't think it's super loud. I think it's fine. I will absolutely pet the Kevin. Oops, that's the wrong button. This one. How you guys doing? I'm a little tired because I messed up my sleep schedule again yesterday. But we're okay because my coffee's delicious, and also got a super fun build to play today. Very excited about this. I know Viper and Borbatron have been keeping eyes on this setup. So today's Ghostblade day. Is Ghostblade. Ghostblade's fun. It takes more building than some other action skills, but I think I get some satisfaction out of that. Also, yeah, Priz, it is Quag Melee. That's literally the name of the save. Like, it's Quag Melee, in quotes. It's the name of the save. Anyway, how you doing? Viper, Borbatron, Priz, Swin, hope you get some good sleep. Ramen. Yo, Boom, thank you so much for the 20 months with the streak. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hazel, how you doing? Mooface. Pupty. I did do the thing. Thank you. Reckless Monster. Chimpy. Ember. Loki. Just woke up. Nice. I hope you got some good rest. Fleece. Carter. So you told me to say hi, so hi. Hi. Good to see you. Let me just show Priz this. Yeah, I have too many saves. Ignore that. Ignore that. Quag Melee. In honor of Prismatic, who won't let me play my melee, totally conventional melee stuff in other games. Okay, so we're going to the featured wildfire builds. Not anything put together well. Experimentation. Morning, Kettle Logic. How you doing? So this is Ghostblade. This is also enemies hiding from me. Morning, Sen. How are you? take Frozen Vengeance. Whatever, it'll be fine. It's our time. This room's a little awkward. I want to make this smoother. I don't normally take Frozen Vengeance either, so this is extra weird.
You cannot stem the tide of steel.
It's been better, though testing went well yesterday. Hey, I'm glad testing was good. I hope whatever's on your end on the more personal side resolves in your favor. Ghostblade doing massive work. It's so good!
Hey, little devil. My conscience is clean. Healing to be had.
So what are we thinking about the setup so far, chat? Yo, Viper. Thank you for the 500 bits.
Since I got a job now, from next week onwards I probably won't be around in streams. But love ya Quether, keep on quethering. You the best. And so is
So since I got a job now, from next week onwards I probably won't be around in streams. But love ya Quather, keep on quathering. You da best. And so is Ghostblade, qua.
Thank you, Viper, for the 500 bits. And I'm glad to hear you got the job. I'm sad to hear that we'll have less of you in the streams. But I'm glad to hear that things are going well for you, personally. That means a lot. And thank you for the support. It means a lot as well. Yeah, Kevin, I agree. Viper's great. What does C35 refer to? Chaos 35. So there's 35 Chaos levels of difficulty in this game, and I am on 35, the highest one. Bigger, badder boss than the Dragon Lord, I see. Something like that. Ornithophoto mutation, how you doing? Is that crossbow generator? No. Kevin. Come up here. Hey, Amber, thank you so much for the 17 months. Dealing with a lot of shit. Apparently Crohn's. Really appreciate the chill vibes entertainment stream provides, even though I'm just lurking in pain in bed. Hey, I'm sorry to hear about you're having that condition. I know some people who've had it, and it's not great. But I'm glad to hear that I can provide entertainment and stuff.
Hey, I've been dealing with a lot of IRL shit since I apparently have Crohn's disease. But I really appreciate the chill vibes and entertainment this stream provides even when I'm just lurking while in pain in bed.
Yeah, sorry to hear, Amber, but this community is always here for you, and your continued support's appreciated. Thank you so much. How Have my birthday on Memorial Day, maybe twice in my life. Today's one of those days. Yo, it's Pup T's birthday? It's Pup T's birthday? Yo, happy birthday, Pup T. Who knew stab out a second action skill? Yeah. Did someone say birthday? I think someone did say birthday. Heard it's also Lazy's birthday.
Darkness, please, before the light.
A bad egg. Safe space is kind of counterintuitive on a bad egg, isn't it?
My spell is ready.
Because, like, it buffs your melee when it's broken, but if it breaks and then flings everything away from you, suppose that's something worth messing around with. Just launch further. Oh, understandable. Hey, Hellrider, how you doing? It's Slab Air Pick? Ah, name change, name change. How you doing? Good to see you.
Shall never make.
Morning, Tsukato. How are you? World's good to see you. Jester, good morning. Hey, Gibrid, hope you're well. +1 alchemical agent. Ugh, butt styling, you shouldn't have. Finally giving Ghostblade the love it deserves. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to build around. I really like the decisions that Ghostblade has you make. And it's worth it. Weapon holding? I'll get to that. That's it's one of the fun bits of this. Considering buying the game, how do you feel the game's doing right now? I think it's great. As an endgame focused player, I have lots of stuff to do, lots of builds to try, and we're getting content updates pretty frequently. So far, I'm enjoying it a lot. There you go, Ghostblade. Good job. No, Frost Buddy! No!
Did you really think I would stay down?
Not bad. Hear a lot of complaints on the farm mechanics. Can you shed some light on that? So people who like dedicated farming, as in going to one enemy, killing only that enemy, and looking for the loot pile, and then save quitting. People who like that are not happy because dedicated farming rates are lower in this game. It's as simple as that. That is the complaint. Dedicated farming is harder. It is still in the BL3 part set, so you have BL3 levels of item variants. You still have enchantments, which are similar to anointments. But the rates are lower than both BL3 and most BL2 Dedi farms if you adjust for bosses having multiple items in their pools. So that's the complaint. But as you know about me, I don't like dedicated farming, so I do the Chaos Chamber to farm my gear, and the Chaos Chamber is great. So it really depends on how much you like the Chaos Chamber. Sorry to hear, sometimes the painful part can be getting the diagnosis. While the diagnosis can suck, it's good to understand more about what's going on. Hopefully the diagnosis means you can get treatment and learn how to lessen the inflammation as much as you can. I hope you can enter into more remissive states soon and feel better soon too. Yeah. All good advice. Melee Bunny's being dick now that I actually want a proper melee weapon. Okay, so I should go over the spec. The main question is, what weapon is that you're holding? This is a Scalawag. This is a non-unique, I really lucked out with this drop. But this is a ×2 fire Scalawag with a 25% melee blade and melee crossbolts. So basically the thing with this is you can get non-uniques across every manufacturer, or at least most manufacturers, that have different kinds of crossbolts, either melee or gun damage, and some of those can also get blades. But Skulldugger is the only one that can get a 25% blade. The other ones can get a 15. Now yes, Skulldugger pistols can get a 25 and a 15 blade for a total of 40%, but the 15 blade is mutually exclusive with the melee crossbolts part. So this is the best combination of these two things you can have on a gun. Now, because it's also got almost 5 fire rate, 2 projectiles per shot, limited homing ability, and can come in fire, this is not only really good for killing things, but the fire portion is what's triggering awe for my setup. I don't have any other way of triggering awe here. It's just the fire from this. Awe is a big part of this build's damage. So in terms of skill tree, we are a Claw Stalker. Is there a difference between melee crossbolts and global crossbolts? I believe global crossbolts just go to gun formula, but I could be mistaken on that. Melee crossbolts are fresh malt in the melee formula, so. So, Claw Stalker. We are Stabbo down to Alchemical Agent, and we are Clawbringer down to Awe. Yes, Kevin, you can sit there. Okay. Morning, Paul. How you doing? Character looks fucking sick. Hey, I'm glad you think so, Boom. Get behind some of that. I love running takedowns. I do like dedicated farming as well. How impactful are enchantments? Not anointment level, are they? Not anointment level. They're still a part of your build you're going to want to keep an eye on. But they're not anointment level for the most part. There's a couple exceptions, but for the most part, no. We've gone Potent Poisons and Haste, because those are the good tier ones. Arsenal is dead to me. We've gone Exploit Their Weakness, because that's also good. Sneezing, that's also an important part of the build. 1 point follow-up to progress down the tree. Now, because we are shooting our Scalawag a lot, we do build up max follow-up stacks pretty frequently, so it's something. Nimble Fingers is great because we are constantly dealing melee damage, so we can always keep this fire rate on. The spell damage doesn't really do anything for this build with what I have equipped, but the fire rate is great, because that means more stacking of Exploit Their Weakness, faster application of crossbolts, faster stacking of follow-up, just good things in general. We've got Shadow Step, just because 1 point to get down the tree, realistically. Elusive, because it's nice quality of life for defensive purposes and allows us to multitask more. While we're sprinting around, we can do that, and that's cool. Contagion, this isn't focused around Contagion, though this build's capable of doing the Contagion tech. I've taken the absolute minimum status effect damage to trigger the Contagion loops of, you know, having over 100% threshold, but it's not a focus of this build, so you'll rarely see it do anything. And then we have Alchemical Agent here, which Ghostblade crits can trigger, crits from our actual physical melee swing can trigger, and crits from our Snake Stick Hydras can trigger. Then over on the Clawbringer side, we've got Oath of Fire for our gun. We shoot a gun frequently enough that this is worth having. We have Oath of Thunder, which all our melee damage gets, and that's really nice to have. Dragon Aura is great damage formula. And then we need to move down the tree. So we took 3 points in Dedication. Helps reduce some of our Ghostblade downtime. Now, yes, we spend a lot of time with our ward broken, so we often don't have any Dedication going, but this at least helps us in between rooms. Then 1 point Firebolt to give our Wyvern that attack, and also 10% gun damage from 1 skill point is very efficient. Second most efficient gun damage skill in the game, by the way. Only outmatched by 1 slot, 1 kill over on Spell Shot. And then Storm Breath, which is great damage reduction and a great area coverage attack for the Wyvern. And that brings us down to Awe, which is massive amounts of crit chance and crit damage in a part of the formula that's very favorable. Aw's crit damage goes in the Shrine crit portion of the formula, so it's really good. Say Arsenal's Dead to UI is a terrible skill. It's just one of the lowest value skills in the game. It's 3% per point to 3 stats that are very easy to get in other places in a skill tree that's already comparatively struggling. Arsenal is not a good skill. It gains some value if you're using a Paradigm, but not much. In terms of hero points, we've maxed out crit damage, maxed out skill cooldown, and then we have somewhat of an even split between crit chance and status damage. I put enough in Wisdom, as I said, to get over that 100% threshold, including my gear. So if my amulet that I'm wearing, if I swap it out like I intend to, I'll need to move some from crit chance into status damage if I want to keep the contagion stuff going. But it's an option. And then I have the rest from crit chance here, because if you look at my melee crit formula, without my buffs up, I'm sitting at 47.9% melee crit, which is pretty sizable, considering how many melee hits I'll be doing. And this only goes up, because that's without Awe factored in. So we get another 78 in the calculation here with the lightning portion of Awe active. We also have the Ghostblade enchant on our Fortifying Sigil. While Ghostblade is active, increase melee critical hit damage by 25% and melee critical hit chance by 50%. So that's a lot of crit chance. We're using a Stormclaw, which converts all my companions into lightning. Now, this doesn't actually do anything to my Snake Stick Hydras because they're already lightning, but this makes it so my Wyvern is exclusively doing lightning damage, which means it's great at keeping up the lightning portion of Awe. And enemies damaged by companions take 20% increased lightning damage for 6 seconds. The Claw debuff is a unique part of the formula, so fresh mult. So that means this does 20% more, Alchemical Agent dot ticks, etc., etc. It's a great damage mult to have, and the Claw armor always rolls primary pet class, so we can go Claw Stabbo for Awe and Ghostblade power.
Ghostblade? I thought Stabbo only had 1 action skill.
Thank you for the Prime for 11 months, Kirk. I appreciate it. Long time support. It means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, Ghostblade's a bit harder to build around than From the Shadows, but I found myself enjoying it a lot. And Ghostblade's definitely the most useful for ranged melee damage delivery out of all the action skills. Storm Dragon's Judgment is great, but there's some targets that the hitboxes don't quite allow you to do the thing, but Ghostblade will just go there. It's great. We got a Bad Egg, because Bad Egg melee, Bad Egg good. Slip and Stun here is just kind of because it's what I have. I have a Chaotic that double rolled status damage. There's arguments for different amulets here. A Theurge would lower my Ghostblade downtime. You could run a Barbaload, considering you're using crossbolts. You could do Universal Soldier if you're using a non-Skulldugger gun. There's lots of options here in the amulet slot. This is just what I have. Of course, Fortifying Sigil for healing and damage. And then, these are just the rings I had. I have a double duration rolled silicone ring. Duration passes really help out Ghostblade. So I recommend getting those priority on your melee, on your, not your melee, your ring slots, excuse me. And then on the other slot, I have just melee damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage on a thumb cuffs. It's pretty decent. I don't want Echo on this snake stick, but this is just what I have. I would prefer to have Warrior or Ancient or even Archmage. Any of those would be preferable. And then in terms of my other weapons, I have a Twisted Delusion for debuffing and bossing. I have a White Rider if I need to shoot a gun for any actually shoot thing to death reason. And then I have a Shadowfire. Shadowfire is actually a really good tool for this build, because Shadowfire has a blade on it, so you get that 15% melee. It is fire, so you get awe triggering. It has a very high status effect chance, and you can shoot your feet with Shadowfire to break your bad egg and get that bonus. You can also die, because you have very powerful dots. Spell duration exists? No, but certain spells can roll duration parts on them. Buffmeister is one that can roll duration parts. There might be a second one, I don't remember off the top of my head. Morning, working class Rob. How you doing? Shadowfire Reload also does insane damage. Yeah, it's really good. Shadowfire Splash? Yes. So my personal favorite weapon for this build so far is this Scalawag I'm holding, but you can replace it with a bunch of other options, like you could use a Thumbs Vein, you could use a Soot Cough, you could even use a Vamp. I was messing around with Vamps. These are cool because you can get it in one element and then have the Taser to cover shock if you happen to be using Claw to go to a different element. So you can keep Awe triggered pretty easily with like just that. You can toy around a lot with weapons on here. I wish Storm Surge worked. Could be fun. Because guaranteed lightning status effect? That's interesting. It's not a bad status damage either. Like, 517, this Primordial Snake Stick is 240. Like, if Storm Surge's actual legendary effects, the Lightning Bolt, worked, it'd be really nice. Primordial Vamps are actually good, no lie. I believe it. I believe it. Vladoff pistols in both BL2 and BL3 have actually really high DPS with the correct parts. Ooh, Steel Gauntlets. I love this armor. Now, this isn't a good roll. It's Burr Claw without Blast Chill. But it's got 4 Dragon Aura and gun damage. That's like all my money, though. Steel Gauntlets is such a good item, though. This is awkward, because if this had Blast Chill, this would be amazing. It's cool that non-uniques are good at endgame. Is it common or there are only a few? It's very common. It's very common. Most things in this game, period, are just good. I bought it. I have no money now. Pain. I was saving up for SDU, but I couldn't help myself. I guess I should vendor some stuff now. I want to try out a melee crossbow carouser on this build, because that's an 8% crossbow with a 10-second duration, and then I also get the sniper crit stuff. So that's on my to try list. Yeah, I was comparing parts on great swords. That's what those are for. 68 on a melee build? Yeah, Ramen. Look how many melee weapons I carry. I try out stuff.
Enter if you dare.
So yeah, basically the gameplay loop of this build is you keep awe active, you keep your crit stuff up, and then you prioritize moving Ghostblade around to kill what needs killing. And when Ghostblade isn't available, or when something is close enough to you, you plant down some Snake Stick Hydras. There are weapons that would pump Ghostblade's damage way more than Snake Stick, but Snake Stick is also doing lingering area damage on its own, which is why I like it. And the projectiles from the Hydras, since those are melee damage too, they can trigger Alchemical Agent. So Snake Stick is the sustained DPS option for a build like this. Now, of course, if I equipped something like a Banshee, the Ghostblade itself would be hitting harder. If I equipped something with a very high attack speed, like a Twin Soul or a Goblin Pickaxe, then yeah, Ghostblade would tick faster. But, Snake Stick is what I've enjoyed the most so far.
There's more where that came from.
Morning, Kazif, how you doing? Snake Stick's actually kind of high on DPS scale. I was worried about its swing speed being somewhat low-ish. Like, it's got really good base damage, but the swing speed is like... I suppose it's got a good balance of base damage to swing speed to crit stuff.
Now that's more like it.
It'd be cool if Ghostblade has slightly larger radius. Does it need it, though? That's the thing, like, you can move it.
You will all be dead.
Weirdly, Peg Leg is like as good as Snake Stick. Huh. That's cool. No Hydras though, like Ramen said. Volatile Banshee's around 1650, Volatile Peg Leg is 1540, Volatile Snake Stick 1510. Is that expected DPS, Viper? Yeah? I wonder how those change with my current gear in terms of crit, because I have a lot of crit. Like, with everything active right now, I have 71% melee crit. Also happen to get up to 13% gun crit, that's neat. But 71% melee crit. And I could have more on my gear, I just don't. Difference between both portals? There's 4 kinds of portals. Dragon Lord portal will have the Dragon Lord at the end of the room, and you choose between 2 curses, which are like mayhem modifiers. But the more curses you have, the more crystals you get. And crystals are the currency used to purchase loot at the end of the run, or to purchase buffs during the run. You have the Butt Stallion portals, which give you Butt Stallion at the end of the room, and she'll buff one of your skills from your skill tree for the duration of the run. You have the Golden Chest, which just gives you loot at the end of the room, and then you have the Crystal Chest, which gives you crystals at the end of the room.
I feel magical. I said eagle.
You need to move it less would lessen the need to use up duration to move it. Just a few pixels would be nice. I know there's some enemies right on the edge that look like you should be getting it that aren't. Have you tried placing it better, though? That's the thing. Like... is a necessity, but I think it'd be a nice quality of life. Sure, there's lots of things to be nice quality of life. But... I kind of file that in the category of, sure, that'd be nice, but does it need to happen? No. I'd rather other things get addressed first, personally.
Ancestral vengeance. Remember this. You could have run. This'll come in handy.
Oh, another pro tip with Ghostblade. If it's about to end, just start moving it. Like, as much as you can. You can get in one tick on a bunch of different enemies in that last couple seconds. It's pretty helpful. That's pragmatic.
Ready to cast.
Build looks fun. It's very enjoyable. I like it a lot. Let's fast room. Whenever you're up for it, can you show the skill tree so I can clip that? Yeah, sure. I can go through it again. No one shut up about it, but if you tried Salt and Battery, it's not interesting, Ramen. It's just power creep the melee weapon. Like, it's not interesting. It has low crit, so it's got very little synergy with, you know, cool things. So people just be like, hey, have you heard about From the Shadows? Yeah, like, it's the thing. It's boring. Meanwhile, this is cool. Rants? What am I ranting about? Panamecium. Melee damage. Like, that could be useful here, but no stab-up power kind of turns me off. Pop the Lupinato, why don't you? Fastest I've gotten with this build, I got a 654 on this feature with this. So that's fun. Hey Kittensbaum, how you doing? Hope you're well. So here's the skill tree for you, working class Rob. Clawbringer down to Awe, Stabomancer down to Alchemical Agent. These dedication points are just filler to get down the tree. They're not useless, they're just not particularly good either. This shadow step point and this follow-up point are mostly filler, although the follow-up point is occasionally useful. And we use Ghostblade. Hero points, max crit damage, max skill cooldown, split the rest between crit chance and status damage. And I'm using a Snake Stick, Scalawag, rings with duration and melee passives. You got a lot of flexibility here. You got a lot of flexibility in the Amulet slot, just go for stab-up power and whatever the element of your melee weapon is. Bad Egg, Stormclaw, Fortifying Sigil. Love the game, I wish to fix the drops. So there's a lot of repetition of fix the drops without people providing specific feedback on what needs to be fixed. And it only affects a tiny subset of the gameplay. Dedicated? What about them? Thanks a lot, appreciate it. My pleasure. Remember, when we give this kind of feedback, we gotta be real specific, or else it turns into a monkey's paw type situation. Remember in BL3 when people said, hey, too much stuff drops, and they meant in playthroughs, but instead we got world drops nerfed in endgame. So we gotta be real specific with our feedback, you know? Nothing too interesting here. Farm any 40 hours and boss drops, more world drops, barely dedicated. Yeah, that's just every lands game, Kazif. It's just people are more aware of it now. The drop rates aren't that much lower. They are lower, and I do think something could be done there, but this is more a realization of an existing problem than the creation of a new problem. This is exactly what the endgame players in Borderlands 3 were warning everyone about for 2 years. And it happened, exactly how we said it would.
Think you can make it?
But fortunately we got Chaos Chamber, which is just, you actually get to have a large quantity of gameplay, and then you get to go through unsorted loot.
Enter if you dare! But seriously...
PLC gear should be PLC. So we have that with PLC 2 currently, Kazif, and everyone who actually plays the game hates it. Because I still personally have not gotten a garlic breath. I have more hours than most 2 other players combined in this game, and I still have never even seen that item. This idea of making PLC gear PLC exclusive, it's terrible. Because what does having something available from multiple sources hurt for one player? It doesn't hurt anything. It just gives the other player more choices. It does not make anything more rewarding. It does not incentivize the activity, because you will still ultimately play what you enjoy more. Just give multiple options for item acquisition. And if that means increasing dedicated drop rates for the people who prefer farming that way, then I'm on board with it. But I don't think taking things away from people who want to farm through other means does what people think it does. Got a Primordial Armor piece at a random vending machine in Chaos 28. Obviously bought it weird. Does that happen to anyone else? Is it in the second slot out of Tamales, by any chance? Is it in slot 2 of the vending machine? Because slot 2 is cursed. It just does weird shit. Like, sometimes in slot 2 you'll find things that are dedicated drop only. Sometimes you'll find things of a chaos tier you're not supposed to be able to get at that level. Like, slot 2 is weird. Didn't say take anything, maybe raise chance of dedicated spread loot pools like they did BL3 to balance. That's not how it works, though. You did say take something. You said PLC gear should be PLC only. That's not how it worked in the first one, and that system was better. That is how it worked in the second one, and people are having trouble getting the PLC loot at all. Whether you think that's taking from someone or not, it is. Because PLC 1, I could go, do chums once, go to the bunnies, farm for Capetides that way, while also progressing towards my other builds. You know what I can't do with PLC 2 items? That. That is because they made the exact change you asked for. How about instead of lowering anything in Chaos Chamber, you just increase in the area where it needs it? Because Chaos Chamber is not giving ridiculous rates or anything, because look at the bunny's pool. The pool of things the bunnies can drop is massive. So your chances of getting anything specific from a bunny are still pretty low. What Chaos Chamber is good at in giving you in terms of loot is it gives you a good ratio of gameplay to looting because you get a lump amount of looting after a long stretch of gameplay. And additionally, it lets you progress towards multiple gear goals at once. Like, I farm for 5 builds at a time. I keep an eye out for high-value things of multiple item types, of multiple roles, classes, categories, however you want to phrase it. And the Chaos Chamber is conducive to that kind of farming. I don't just go for one item and close myself off to all others. Is there nothing from PLC 2 and bunnies at the moment? Not as of week 2. That may change as of week 4, but as of week 2, no, none of it's in the bunnies. None. Not one. It is only from the PLC and the wheel. So yes, I think that dedicated drop farming could use some attention, because what we got was a reduction in rates from BL3 while still having BL3's part variance issue, meaning it's just less player friendly than BL3 dedicated farming was, which was already player unfriendly. So do I think that situation needed to be made worse? No, but I don't think taking out that frustration on the other forms of farming fixes that problem. Fix your thing without breaking my thing. Can I play with you? I'm playing solo, Burrito. I'm not doing viewer games at the moment. Doesn't one realize technically have more part variance because of crossbow part on some weapons? I still calculate it as less, Boom, because fewer enchantments versus anointments. The unfiltered BL3 anointment pool for guns is in the 50s if you include event and offline ones. It's in the 50s, whereas enchantments, you're in the 30s. So even if you adjust for an extra part on certain categories of items, the variance in most cases is still less. Now there's exceptions to that, like obviously spells will have more part variance than grenades do in the majority of situations. Morning, New Mexico. How you doing? Were you opposed to BO3 in the way at items only from DLCs? One of the most popular mods for BO3, Mr. Black Guy, was one that allowed DLC items to world drop. Like, anywhere. It was one of the most popular and widely used mods. So, I think players just want to have access to gear, you know, as long as they own that content. You still went to those places to dedicated farm those items, even with that mod. But it was one of the most popular ones. That's the thing. Having access to an item through an alternate method does not mean that the first method isn't valuable. And you can see this with World Drop versus dedicated farming, because dedicated farming is still more likely to get you the item you want, if you want one specific thing. It's still the way to do it. Having the ability to get that item by random chance elsewhere does not stop you from going and doing that, and being better off going and farming the specific item. Like, it's been proven. So for people who get negative enjoyment out of save quit farming, having things like bunnies and world drops available is just more options to keep more players happy, without hurting anything. The only way that calculus doesn't work is if you are the type of person who believes someone else being rewarded is diminishing your reward. And you're beyond help if you're that kind of person. That's without bad egg active. That's pretty good. Pandemicium. Area damage. 2 and awe. You know, that has really good skill, so I'm gonna take it. If I use that with like a poison snake stick, which I do have one, that could be entertaining. Play for Ghostblade shenanigans when you get a minute to go over what's making it work like this. So we have a super stacked melee formula. We're using the claw armor to provide that 20% debuff to lightning damage. Now against bosses, we also use Twisted Illusion for Soaked for another 50%. Using a snake stick, Ghostblade goes off of your melee weapon damage and swing speed. So Viper was doing some calculations, and Snake Stick is actually on the higher end. Now, it is not peak DPS, but the reason why I'm using Snake Stick is because the Hydras also count as melee damage. So I can have even more lingering damage. I'd say Ghostblade with this, plus 3 Hydras that are also doing melee attacks, out DPSs a better Ghostblade weapon, because I just have more sources of damage. Additionally, I'm using a weapon that has a blade to increase my melee damage simply by holding it, that is applying melee crossbolts. And I have a lot of crit-related formula. I've got this Ghostblade enchant, I've got 6 points in awe, I've got Stabbo class feat, I've got some melee crit chance on my gear, so unbuffed, I'm hanging out at 47.9% melee crit. That goes way up with all my buffs, to the point where I can hang out at about 80 with certain stuff I have in my inventory equipped. Just got his pixies on it. Hey Dyson, how you doing? So we don't have Echo Cast in this game. Would it be possible to have Command to bring up clips of your build explanations? But there'd be tons of them, so it may not be practical, just spitballing. That's something we've tried in a couple cases, but I tweak stuff often enough that a more permanent solution is for these builds that I end up liking a lot, like this one. I do have plans to just make quick build breakdowns for the YouTubes. And we'll just link to those. Purple from a 1 crystal hit. That's funny. Like, referring back to the dedicated versus Chaos Chamber drops, you know, I did a featured run Chaos 35, and I got this much stuff. This isn't exactly an excess, and none of it is something I wanted. That's the balancing factor behind this. I choose what category I want to pull from, but I still have to roll within that entire category purples, blues, and legendaries. And there's even some stuff that still it can't drop in here. For example, the Boreas Breath is not in the Chaos Chamber. Like, you have to go to the drop source for the Boreas Breath. The Sorcerang is another one. They're still dedicated only farms. Which is why any reduction to bunnies or any removal from anything from bunnies is just not seeing things clearly. It already balances itself. How you doing, Ghost? Good to see you. What can I spend some moon orbs on? I do have this other snake stick. I kind of want to try out that Pandemicium. But, let's go for the vibing enchant on this body rune. That's something else I could try out. Let's do a normal run. I want to try this out against other bosses. It absolutely bullies Son of a Witch. Does pretty well against Drill. I've not tried it against Dragon Lord. Not gotten Banshee or Nightmare yet. No quartz? Oh. Cool barrel. That's so troll, them putting a pineapple barrel right next to where Dragon Lord stands. I don't lose a life to this, so whatever, but it's annoying. I guess we go break it up.
Aha! The adventure continues.
So this setup started out as a Storm Dragon's Judgment hammer throw melee, and Ghostblade's just kind of better. It would get even better if I had more duration stuff. Like, I could get... you can get up to, like, 100 and... like 120% duration, something like that, from gear, realistically, if you had really good rolls on rings. And out of all of that, you know, I have 28% with a 33% increase. Could go way higher. So you get a lot more duration, which would make Ghostblade uptime better, and of course I have an amulet that isn't really reducing my downtime. Hey CZ, how are you? Wish they make it when rerolling a chance to stay on the item you want to reroll? Yeah. I agree.
Nay, spare me your honors. Justice is its own reward. Ready for that. We'll take them all on together.
This looks fun. It's so much fun. think Ghostblade's going up in your rankings? Yeah, I'd say so. It's more gear dependent than Storm Dragon's Judgment, so I can't in good conscience put it, like, way up there. But it's definitely not a bad action skill at all. Ghostblade is, like, good. It's real good. And unlike a lot of other action skills, Ghostblade is supported by its own skill tree. Cleansing Flames, for example, is not supported by its own skill tree. Neither is Storm Dragon's Judgment. Blizzard is not supported by its own skill tree. My weapons using? I'm using a snake stick right now, Craft Knight. I'm using a shock element, or excuse me, a lightning element snake stick. We choose that because you can have up to 3 Hydras from the snake stick active, and those Hydras count as melee damage. Is it because no melee ability boost tree? Right, Irish. Whereas Ghostblade is supported in its tree by some melee formula stuff, but also some melee attack speed, which Ghostblade scales up with. And Alchemical Agent is a really, really solid tool. Like, this is a melee build and a dot build. I'm going light on the contagion stuff, so it's just the non-contagion dots getting the kills, and the actual melee damage. But I could contagionify this, and it would be quite potent. Because the skill tree supports it. Really appreciate your content, Quag. Definitely assumed an action skill like this would be butt among other gameplay styles. Every day, prove me wrong, made entertaining. Keep pooping on the buff monsters. Doing my best, Black Panther. Doing my best. Games like this, there's always stuff that gets overlooked, and I enjoy shining a light on those things. Damage type is the hole from throwable hole. Gun damage. Gonna head out, have a great stream. Thanks then, you have a good one. Hope you feel better.
To my side.
Try the lightning staff, one shot parasite with it. You didn't. Storm Smite doesn't work. The lightning bolt from it does not work. Unless it was bug fixed in like the last 2 days. It doesn't work. It was your other stuff doing that.
Magical.
Season 2 map? What about it, Rozak? I like the maps. But how you doing? Good to see you. Dreams for this to work with Blood of the Fallen, but I doubt it. Yeah, the thing with getting Blood of the Fallen, Viper, is you have to give up Alchemical Agent. And that's, like, a big thing to lose. It'll still do damage, but it'll certainly be less damage. Unless you go absolutely nuts with Iron Squall investment. Like, Alchemical Agent is doing a lot. And another big advantage of Alchemical is that it allows your Ghostblade to effectively damage things after they've wandered out of its radius. So, less repositioning. Parasite can also one-shot Parasite. Yeah, Parasite has a mechanic where sometimes they'll just die to, like, his own damage. Instead of bothering you with dumb questions, I should Google it. No. I like answering questions, Alan Perk. You're good. It's not a dumb question at all. Also, yay, Nightmare. I haven't tried this Nightmare. And as Boom said, you probably wouldn't find accurate information. There we go, we got Bad Egg now. There we go. That's what we like to see. Bye-bye. Googling questions about Wonderland sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, like, you get some bad info that way. For Holio, thank you so much for the Prime and the 7 months. Thank you. Bad Egg over Curse Wit? Yes. Bad Egg does not have a range constraint. Curse Wit does. Bad Egg also gives you always on movement speed. And that's real nice. Build save beast in the Discord. I haven't distributed any saves on my builds yet, Amber. Once the game's a little more stable in terms of week-to-week changes, I'll be more comfortable doing that. But I don't want to put out anything that'll immediately be outdated. Because, yeah.
Thanks for being such a helpful member of the WL community.
Thank you so much, Julio, for the support and the kind words. It means a lot. Yeah, I don't want to put anything that'll immediately be outdated, because, for example, if you had a build like this with Berserker, and it's like, yeah, I can use my Ghost Blade and my Snake Stick Hydras to trigger Blast Chill, well, that's no longer a thing. So I want to avoid situations like that. Good guns to activate off. It depends on which half you need to activate, Irish. Like, I have Lightning covered because of my Stormclaw, and my Ghost Blade. But if I didn't, then I need to keep that in mind. I'm just using... Basically, focus on what your build needs and try to get it in a relevant element. Shadowfire is great for triggering the fire half of it, but so is this Fire Scalawag, so... Morning, Sean. How are you today? Curse Weight, you gotta be close, just kinda against the Spirit of Ghostblade. Not only that, but there's things that... situations where you just will get nothing. So, like, my Snake Stick Hydras. Those get Bad Egg, but often when they're doing damage for me, it's because I physically can't get close to anything. If in doubt, get a Fire Lightning Crossblade. That's an option. Hey, Rapid Fire. Echo Caustic. 1.94 though. That attack speed. Taking it because the attack speed. I don't think I've gotten a 1.9 Twin Soul personally yet, so that's cool. OBS, give me back my frames. What are you doing? Yeah, thank you so much for the 20 months, Rapid Fire. I appreciate it. Artist badge? Yeah. I didn't have enough artist badges, but we got 5 people covered at least. Armor that sucks with Blast Chill. That's just fun.
Aw, look who's come to
Even got
play.
area damage. Movement speed. It was pretty good. Trying to avoid Livewire and Curse Wits, just need to find a good melee gun now. I recommend looking out for a Scalawag like this. You can get a 25% blade with the melee crossbolts. I really like the Scalawag as a melee weapon. Only 5. A lot of people will use like 1 to 2 artists. I don't think I'm the norm with having like 8 people who've contributed art to my channel, 9 people, 10 people.
Are Are you
I don't think I'm a
prepared?
norm in that department.
We'll see.
We are all scalawags.
Back in business. Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Ghostblade delete mobs, but how is it for bossing? Did you see it on Nightmare about a minute ago? How many artist badges are there per channel? 5. 5. Picked up one of those yesterday, straight up better with my Queen's Cry. Queen's Cry is a case of you need to invest the right stats. Queen's Cry scales up with spell damage, for example. So it might seem kind of mid if you don't have a lot of spell damage, but it's a really good gun when you take advantage of its formula. Scalawag is just a little more straightforward. ×2 and ×3 Scalawags just have really, really high DPS. And ×2 Scalawags also have some strong utility cases. Situations like this, like if my ward was to break right now, Curse Wit would do nothing, but Bad Egg would still be helping me. And Bad Egg gives me this always on move speed, so it is actually always helping me. Can I get myself an artist badge on my channel if I drew my own emotes? Maybe? Thank you for testing. Thanks, Snake Stick. Very cool. Is Dreadwind harder to use in Ghostblade? Yes. Yes, it is. Dreadwind has a slightly better damage formula than Ghostblade. Kind of. So, like, Dreadwind doesn't care about attack speed of the melee weapon. So, you just go with a very high base damage weapon. It doesn't matter how slow it swings, you just go for highest base. Dreadwind also gets ability scaling, which is nice. And area damage, I think. Dreadwind's area damage, right? But you have to physically be on a target to do damage with Dreadwind, so it puts you in harm's way. Dreadwind is more damage than Ghostblade, unless you have extreme attack speed investment, but it's riskier. And obviously it can't do these ranged things that I'm doing with Ghostblade. We cleared that entire room very quickly while just kind of moving Ghostblade around. That was so satisfying. Did Solicit quest for the first time 2 nights ago. That quest is really fun. Yeah, the quest is so fun, Denalia. I really like that one. Dreadwind either gets Alchemical Agent or Awe, not both, whereas Ghostblade can get both in this multi-class. Right. I'd say Alchemical Agent is definitely the bigger contributor there. But that does still lock down both of your multi-classes, whereas with Ghostblade, you can get Alchemical and then choose your second class. You could go Berserker if you want Iron Squall. You could go Clawbringer if you want Oath of Thunder and Awe. You go Spell Shot for, you know, dumb Spell Shot things. If you requested GTFO, I like that one a lot too. Mount Craw is my favorite of those side areas. Seems like Stabble Claw is a good combos. They both give desirable T5 skills. Yeah, Urban Mech. Going dual T5 over taking a Capstone, really solid with this multi-class combo. Additionally, this is the class combo with the highest crit chance just across the board, because you have Awe plus Stabbo class feat. So I'm comfortably sitting at, you know, very high crit values across the board. And crit chance is something that remains desirable from skill tree, depending on your method of dealing damage. For example, something like gun crit chance, which Spore Warden gets, not so high value. But general crit chance boosts, which Awe and Dirty Fighting give, that's relevant to dots. And there's no status effect crit chance boost, despite status effect crit chance having its own entry in the stat screen. So that's the kind of thing that'll scale up with further chaos tiers and such. As other stats get higher and higher, it's one of the things in skill trees that won't get left behind. Now, all that said, Dirty Fighting is still underpowered, because Dirty Fighting is literally weaker than Awe. It's also weaker than a single specific crit stat on a Primordial Armor. Primordial spell crit chance, for example, is 50%. Dirty Fighting is 30, and with class power, maximum current available class power, if you were to have Stabbo Primary on Armor and Stabbo Power on Amulet, you could get 55% crit chance. So at Ascended, basically, there's no hope for Dirty Fighting if it doesn't get changed. Still good, but it's still the weakest class feat. Get out of the ground. I've been trolled. They don't get out of the ground if you hit them while you're down. Is Elusive worth taking for 1 point over 3rd point Contagion? Really like Storm Smite for my Clawstalker. I mean, you could. Contagion is ultimately just chance-based. So, you could take Elusive. Which I did. Elusive is providing you new functionality, while more Contagion is just making it more likely for Contagion itself to happen. So, you know, as long as you're able to get that 1 point in Contagion, I'd still say the Elusive is worth more than subsequent points. Unless you're doing a Contagion-specific build. Throwable Hole pulls them out of the ground. I should equip one. Hey, Drill. Nice. We'll have to... Actually, maybe I'll try not changing weapons for the Lightning Phase. Elusive scales the move speed, right? Is it the current move speed like Swift Death or stat-wise like Amnesia? That I don't know. That I don't know. It uses the same exact wording as Swift Death, so I would assume it's connected to that, but that's an assumption that, you know, is based on very little. Yeah, I have 7 out of 3 Contagion right now. Thanks, Bot Stallion. Not bad. Part of me, to be honest, doesn't mind class feats seeming weak, considering the only investment required to get is just committing to that class. Right, but the thing with that, Fatal, is not all class feats have that situation. For example, spell weaving is better than most skill trees, just as a class feat. Only one who hates the second phase? No, you're not the only one. But, it's a DPS check. It's intended to be a little frustrating if you don't have the damage to overcome it. And I'm brute forcing with an element that he resists. It's still going well. Son of which is entered chat. Son of which doesn't do anything. Like, you can literally turn all of his attacks except for one off with a sigil, and the last one gets turned off by break line of sight. You can also delete the bird with any Furior Chuck, or Queen's Cry under barrel, or Auto Magic under barrel. And his second phase, he has a bone health bar, the most fragile of all of them. Son of which is easy. He's just a puzzle. He's more puzzle than actual, like, challenge. Master's just tanky. He's not even tanky, though. Like, we have health calculators. He's not even tanky. It's just, if you can't match up with a bird, then that becomes indirect tank, but he's not tanky. Sigils are so good. They are. I choose blue cake and not having it anymore. Love for the blue cake. You love to see it. Testing the setup with whatever gear I found in my bag. The only spell I have with Ghostblade chance of Buffmeister. Equipping to do nothing else seems to give me plus 120% spell crit chance. Yeah. But that's because Buffmeister's spell has a base of 100% move base. It's just looking at the crit chance of your Buffmeister. What do you hope for this week's hotfix? Anything in particular? I'd like some assault rifle tuning. Assault rifle or melee weapon tuning. We had SMG week last week. I'd like to see ARs or melee. Happy days for ambient extras? No, because it still calculates individually. Your second spell will still have the crit chance of your second spell, not your first. It's surprised they haven't added a legendary sigil here at Calamity. Yeah, I'm hopeful that they do that at some point, Chimpy. They can do so much with legendary sigils, in particular. Harvest Fix would be nice. Yeah, they attempted Harvest Fix, or it didn't get pushed successfully. So hopefully another go around at that. How's chaos leveling work? Is it like BL2 OP levels or BL3 Mayhem? More like OP levels. Now the gear doesn't work like either of them. So you have chaos tiers. Or, see, this one says chaotic. Chaotic is a tier that as long as you are in chaos levels, your items have a chance to drop as chaotic. And that is +2 character levels worth of stats. So it's basically a level 42 item. But you can get chaotic on any level from chaos 1 to chaos 35. The only thing that changes is your likelihood of getting it. Volatile is the next tier up, and that's +4 character levels. Volatile is available from Chaos 20 up. And then you have Primordial, which is +6 character levels, which is available currently only on Chaos 35. So what this means is you don't need to refarm your gear every single level you go up, like you would, in theory, have to do if you wanted to have on-level stuff for both Mayhem and OP levels. This lets you use gear for longer, and you could gear up on Chaos 1 and still have that gear be relevant on 35. So it's a much better system. But in terms of how you get the Chaos levels, you need to do a specific Chaos Chamber run called a Chaos Trial. And for Chaos Tiers 1 through 20, it is a fixed run, like it is not randomized. After 20, it's randomized. But Chaos Trials will unlock your next available Chaos level. If you're level 40, then any trials up to 20 go by 2s as a nice catch-up mechanic, because the cap's now 35. But you need to unlock the ones after that one by one. So it prevents the issue with BL3 where people would slap it on the highest difficulty and then complain that it's too hard. Now, instead, you have people who very obviously didn't learn how their build works and got to Chaos 35 and then complained it's too hard. But you can out those people now, because it's like, you chose this, you progressed through all of this, and you didn't learn the lessons that the game's DPS checks tried to tell you. It's grindy though, a bunch of runs to get to Chaos 35? Yes. What lands game isn't grindy, Hellrider?
Think you can make it?
And remember, it's elective difficulty. You do not need to go to Chaos 35 if you don't want to. And additionally, because your gear is still relevant on Chaos 35, even if you get it on, you know, Chaos 21, what does it matter? You got the farming done on the way, rather than having to get there and then farm. And I have over 33 days played on this game now. I might have broken 34 during the stream today, by the way. Like, the vast majority of my playtime is not going to be grinding up to Chaos 35, which I've already done on half a dozen characters. Like, most of my playtime's still post that. Spectral Vengeance, that's gonna be awkward.
Should be interesting.
Climb to 35 is a bit tedious, but that's a small complaint. They instituted the catch-up mechanic when it went up to 35. I imagine if it goes up to, say, 50, they'll move up the catch-up thing. So, like, as I said before, as long as you're level 40, as long as you're max character level, when you complete the Chaos Trials below 20, or maybe including 20 even, you earn 2 levels instead of 1. I imagine they'll bump that up in the future. So, like, maybe if it goes up to 50, then anything 35 and below goes up by 2. Or maybe up to 20 it goes up by 3s, and then up to 35 goes up by 2s. You get the idea. It's a decent framework. takes me to another question. What's the catch? What do I get for choosing C35 other than difficulty? So your rates of chaos tiered items change based on which chaos tier you're on, chaos level. So chaos 35 is where primordial items start to be in the pool, which is the strongest available gear in the game. But it is only on chaos 35, and even chaos 35 itself is not tuned to require those items to be efficient. So it is the highest challenge that also provides the strongest gear, but that gear is completely irrelevant to you if you are below that difficulty. Even on that difficulty, it's irrelevant. So it is personal choice challenge. Difficulty does not always need to carry reward, because then you end up with a situation where people who cannot handle that difficulty still want the rewards. That's why true trials, not true trials, true takedowns, excuse me. True takedowns in Borderlands 3 work so well, because there was no additional reward there. It's, if you want the difficulty, okay. You're not getting anything for it, but okay. Once hit 20 and only goes up by 1. Source just got C21 last night. Cool. So it's up to 20, not up to and including 20. Thank you. Pretty sure it's skipping levels even if you aren't Chaos 40. On my pure Berserker playthrough of Pragmatic, I was not getting skipped levels until I hit level 40. I don't know when the last day I streamed that character was, but I did Chaos Trial like up to 6, and I wasn't going by 2s. But then once I hit 40, I was. You give C35 obtained to another character in C1? Yes, but that kind of defeats the purpose. Like, why would you? I suppose it's a shortcut, but obviously the game isn't designed to have you using level 46 gear against enemies designed to be a challenge for, you know, people who might have not even hit level 40 yet. But yeah, you can. Level Stab over the weekend was getting skips before 40. Interesting. I might have had a character-specific bug then, Dr. Roxo. But that's interesting to know. My experience is that it required me to be 40, but I could be in the minority there. How's your passive melee crit chance so high? So melee crit chance goes off of your melee weapon. So something like a snake stick will do a lot better than something like a assault and battery. Assault and battery has a 0% base, so you'll just be going off of your global base of 5 that everything gets. But snake stick has a 13%. So on top of that, I have 50 melee crit from over here. I have 17.8 before the thumb cuff effect over here. I've got class feat, which is getting 46% class power. And then I've got 6 points in awe, which is even more. Chaos Chamber is not only for max level character. Correct. Chaos Chamber unlocks after the story, but you can go in even if you're not level 40. Kind of like how you could do Proving Grounds and Circles of Slaughter in BL3 without being max level. But the takedowns wanted you to be level 50. Which was that game's first level cap. This build's fun. It's just relaxing. No, they got Butt Stallion. You bastards. I don't want you to my Clawbringer at all. I'm playing Clawbringer right now. Clawbringer Stabomancer is very popular for melee builds. Toothless or Frozen Vengeance, you know what, Dragon Lord, fuck off, I'm gonna restart. I'd take Toothless there, honestly, Viper. Fast can you finish story is the lowest level you heard of someone finishing it. I've heard of someone finishing at 22, I think was the number. Was room 1? Oh yeah, you restart that one. About to hit 40 with my Trap Scowling. What are some fun spells? Ice Spikes are popular, Steve. Ice Spikes are very popular. Just really good damage. Tidebreaker is good at not only doing damage, but also debuffs enemies against your frost and lightning damage. You got Sigils. Sigils are always great. Arcane Bolt's very spammable, decent damage. Channeling Cloudburst Arc Torrents. Have a lot of charges, short cooldown, good damage over an area. Blazing Calamities.
My spell is ready.
Interesting to see how Claw went from being my least to my most favorite class, thanks to Stabo. Yeah. It's one of those things that playing the game, actually playing the game, and building, and testing, and theory crafting, shifts your opinion, and you'll see people who actually put hours into testing these things have wildly divergent opinions from Redditors. Example, apparently there was a whole thing on Reddit I was made aware of, where someone was trashing Berserker, was saying Berserker has the worst damage formula, like, Like, go Claw Spell and do the Spellblade Livewire for a while till the Livewire nerf. I'm doing a melee setup right now that doesn't use Livewire. A wonderful day. Take it easy, Steve. It came into question how good Ghostblade is at bossing. There you go.
To my side. Begone, coward.
Melee without Livewire is very rare these days. And that's not because it's not good, that's because people don't try it. Because Livewire is there, and people go for the flashy thing instead of experimenting. That's exactly why Livewire that should be nerfed. That's exactly why I advocate against being like, oh, it's here, I may as well use it. You could also just play the game, instead of hitting the I don't want to play the game button. Livewire is fun for a few minutes, but ultimately it suppresses creativity, which is why it should go. Same thing with Pixies, same thing with Buffmeister. Ghostblade go burr? It certainly do. It certainly do, Rune. Experiment with me, threaten me with a good time. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat. The coffee's really good, so I chugged it really fast. PRP. Here, skill tree will be up on the screen while I'm gone. Okay, be back. So what does Claw give over Burr exactly? Oath of Thunder, Awe, and Claw Armor. Yeah, you can get Conditional from Ward Full HP enchant, but I am running Desperate enchant with Bad Egg instead. You could technically have Bad Egg and Vibing enchant active at the same time, but like, good luck. Good luck doing that in practice. That would be peak damage, but good luck. Which enchant is Vibing? The full health one. I call it Vibing because that's the prefix it gives your ward when you have it. The chance given prefix is something I'm getting used to. Yeah, like, I think maybe we should start referring to enchantments that are, like, wordy by their prefixes. So, like, maybe not Knuckled. It's not really necessary, but Pack Leaders? That's a very wordy enchant. Just call it Pack Leaders. Desperate, you know. Honed, maybe that one's a little awkward, because we could just call it Ghostblade, because there's only one Ghostblade enchantment. But case-by-case basis, I think it's something we could get used to. Never remember the prefixes. With enchantments, it's not so bad. There's only 35 enchantments that can roll on guns. The entire list is, like, not too much longer than that. There's not that many enchantments, and obviously the ones, like I said, Knuckled, which is just spellcast melee. Obviously, spellcast melee, spellcast gun, spellcast elemental, those can just be referred to by whatever they do, and it's shorthand enough. But the more weird ones, it's only remembering like a dozen of them or something. Ghostblade only getting 1 enchant while Barrage has 3 is a fucking crime. Yeah, especially because the second Barrage enchant on gun, like, you're never gonna use that. Fire rate and handling over Spore Fuse? Like, no. It's never happening. Can Oath of Fire proc Awe? No. Bonus elements do not proc Awe. It needs to be something that itself, the thing that would get a bonus element, needs to be the correct element. So we're proccing Awe by shooting a fire gun for the fire half, and then for the lightning half, well, we've got a Stormclaw, so our Wyverns only doing shock damage. Our Snake Stick Hydras are already shock, but them too. And I think that it's important that it stays that way because it gives some interactivity. And additionally, if you change bonus elements... It's a really good Steel Gauntlets. If you change bonus elements to work in a way that procs bonus, like, effects, then you're risking opening the door to things like Buffmeister proccing Double Knot. And I don't think that's a world most people want to live in. Super dumb question, what's gun handling? Recoil. That's all. Just recoil.
Choose, Fatemaker.
Hey Mike, how you doing? Hope all's well. I'm thinking of making a spell shot character, which second class is most popular, best for damage or survival. For survival, you're looking at a Graveborn. And functionally, Graveborn's also the second best at, like, spell casting. So I'd say you're looking at Graveborn for your setup. Spellshot Graveborn is one of the most popular multi-classes for that reason. Just very good at casting spells and very tanky. Take Frozen Vengeance because I don't want Trusted Magic. Hey Striker, how you doing today? Good stuff, many thanks, you're very welcome. Hey Fusion, how you doing? Ghostblade's just so satisfying. Especially when you're moving it often. I really need to hit the ring bunny because I want more duration. Like, we gotta get some duration rings. I'd be willing to give up some melee damage if we can get more duration. Because unlike From the Shadows, there's no enchantment to extend its duration. And I'm not a Berserker with Capstone because that would require losing Alchemical Agent. So I can't extend it any other means. It's only the duration passive on rings. What'd you drop? Afterburner. The Skulldugger's fire rate beats the Cuff Pistol. It's got a 25% blade rune, and it's fire to trigger Awe, and it's got melee crossbolts. So it just does more. Doing well, looking to find a new series to watch, just finished a show, going through post-show depression. I feel you. I feel you. I have so many shows in my backlog I need to get to. Probably start working on that after Obi-Wan and Ms. Marvel. She-Hulk too, though. Fuck. Alright, after those. Fuck it, just add Ghostblade onto the Shadows reload enchant. Yeah. Honestly, I'm for it. It's not necessary, but I'm for it. Gotta love screen flutter in lands games. It does get a little excessive at times, doesn't it? Hopefully they learned from all this feedback saying, hey, I'd like to see the gameplay. And tone it down a bit. At least add a slider. Ghostblade kind of feels like when Jedi Sith throw their lightsabers. A little bit, yeah. It's definitely hitting the same part of my brain. Guess we're gonna need to play this build. Want to do Ghostblade stuff? Yeah. I could go over it for you after the run room, if you remind me. I've gone over it a couple times today, but I don't mind, because I just, you know, I like talking about it. I like explaining why it works the way it does, because these skills are transferable.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
It's really efficient at clearing rooms. Hey, KC. Thank you so much for the 1 year. I'm dying. Thank you so much for the 1 year. Been away for a bit. How's Wonderlands? Wonderlands is great. Really enjoying myself. Lots of builds. Endgame content's a blast. This game's great. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Do you like Lay's? I'm not really a chips, crisps kind of guy, Rabbit. I don't really eat those. So, like, neutral, I guess?
Quag, been away for a bit. How's Wonderland?
It's great. Thank you again, KC, for the 1 year. Another reason Snake Stick is good. Gives us some range damage when Ghostblade isn't up too. 1.9 pickaxe. Nice. That's a 1.9 pickaxe. That's gonna be a good time. Yo, they have a vodka? Huh. Need to level up my Clawbringer, that means not playing Chaos Chambers. Tough decision, honestly, yeah.
Easy fun.
One thing I wish they leaned into the medieval theme in these modifiers. Man, modifiers are just annoying at times, instead of challenging. They could have done like random catapults or something more themed this game instead of mods we hated for the last. Yeah, someone over there really likes the concept of mayhem modifiers, and like hopefully 2 games of us being like, no, hopefully that stamps it out. Growing up so close to Canada, I sort of fell in love with ketchup flavored chips, and salt vinegar chips are so good. I've heard a lot about ketchup chips. Never had them. They don't sound good to me, but I'll try anything twice. Once to try it, once to make sure I didn't like it. Isn't good vodka not supposed to taste like anything, though? For the most part. Rather get a nice bourbon? Me too. Best way to complete the green boss access puzzle. It's just shooting them in the right order. The Allen per. Like, you don't need a gun with particular damage or anything, it's just shoot them in the right order before they hit the ground. Ketchup with fries, common combo, so ketchup, chips are not really weird. But when you look at it from that angle, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's fine. As long as you don't spin, we're good. You're gonna spin. Yeah, I messed up my inputs there. We'll go again. Gotta head out, see you later. Enjoy the best action skill of the game. Will do, Viper. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Ketchup is mid. It kinda is, Glenny. Kinda is. Tried Spell Shot with Buffmeister and Pixies twice? Yes. Still hate it. Sure, the modifier is more in Wonderlands because you have a little more control. You do, Fusion. That's a good point. Better gun for that, I can never complete it. It doesn't matter, like, any gun, really. Obviously, if you're using something like a shotgun, then it's gonna be tough, but a White Rider is good for that. I use the White Rider for that. Okay, let me do this properly. Debuff for Soaked. Bait this. Sigil. This. Take one hit. Okay, now Bad Egg is up. I think I should just be less fancy with that. I could probably skip the soaked application. At least, not right away. Cool. There we go. What's this build? Also hello? Hey Sinju, how you doing? This is my Ghostblade build. Clawstalker Ghostblade. I messed up that nightmare fight a little bit, so it didn't look super impressive there. But, it's a lot of fun. Can't even drink alcohol while off? I think that's pretty low on the priority list, Rabbit. You focus on feeling better, please, and thank you. Alcohol will help. It literally won't. Fries plus Wendy's chocolate frosty. Agreed. Agreed. It'll make me tired. It'll do a lot worse than that. Careful for good juice. Holding Skull Dugger with the melee damage part, or just having it equipped gives me that damage overall. So, holding it gives you that 25% melee. I am also shooting it for the crossbones, and for various other things. Okay, action skill duration. Spell radius is pretty good for the sigil. Melee crit chance, that's not bad. If that was spell damage instead of... If that was melee damage instead of spell damage, I'd equip that right now. Over that. Pick it up anyway. It's trying. It's trying very hard. How's Storm Surge? Just messing around with it. I've been enjoying it. Unless they've bug fixed it, the lightning bolt literally doesn't do any damage, Glenny. So, unless they fixed it, it doesn't work. Oh yeah, build for Rune. Clawbringer down to Awe. Dedications to get down the tree because Rebuke is bugged right now. We don't take Blasphemous because we don't want Butt Stallion buffing that. Stabo down to Alchemical. Max Nimble Fingers. 1 follow-up to get down the tree, 1 Shadow Step to get down the tree. And hero points, max crit damage, max cooldown, split the rest between crit chance and status damage. Ghostblade enchant, Fortifying Sigil, Bad Egg, rings with as much melee stuff and action skill duration as you can. I'm using a Stormclaw right now. Amulet is kind of customized to taste. Theurge would be better here, but I don't have a good one. And Snake Stick. Clawbringer moving up in the world. Clawbringer's always been good. It's one of those things people need to actually play to, like, understand. Clawbringer's got a better damage formula than both Stabomancer and Spore Warden. Storm Dragon's Judgment's a fantastic action skill. Clawbringer's good. It's just received a lot of bad PR. Hey Gogo, how you doing? Let's try and Burst Abo. Burst Abo works well. Getting a lot of Steel Gauntlets today, and I'm here for it. Unfortunately, this multi-class combo is not one I really care for. Iron Squall is nice here, but on a Steel Gauntlets, I don't see the value. Another one. We'll do some Imelda runs after this one. Heard you talk about it without spoilers and stuff. How good is The Boys? I haven't watched it, Rabbit. It's on my to-watch list. I have not seen it. I've heard very good things, but I've not seen it. Ghostblade, over there. There you go. Good job. Thought I heard you talk about it? Yeah, because chat's been trying to get me to watch it for like 2 years now. It'll actually be 2 years, and... Actually, I think I have been streaming for 2 years now. Yeah. It's 2 years as of like 4 days ago. Cool. I want to switch over to gun damage build in my Hammer Berserker. I'm willing to change second class anyways. What's the idea for cure for Berserker? I would disagree with Cape of Tides, because if you're doing a Hammer Berserker, you have Oath of Fire, which, and guess what? Oath of Fire gets reduced by Cape of Tides. Hammer Berserker is just like a good formula for any gun you want to make work. You can run an Auto Magic, you can run a White Rider, you can run, of course, the typical Torgue sticky stuff. Critical Connoisseur, that'll be fun. Oh, let's do the bark puzzle just for Eon Per.
Happy belated stream anniversary.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Boom. I wonder what this does. So, I've heard you can do this. There's some things that will allow you to pop them out of order. And apparently Sigil's one of them. It's funny. Yeah, you just shoot them in order. You shoot the purple one, and it's 3 waves of that. And if you get all 3 waves, then it's done. Now, there's some things that let you do it sort of out of order. Lenny, I will ban you if you make me have to mess with my settings. Just so you know. Account created June 3rd, 2015. Tier 3 sub for 23 months. Yeah, that's my affiliate anniversary. Sounds like a challenge. I don't know. Yeah, I got affiliate like a month and a half after after I started streaming. It's about a month and a half. And I got partner 6-7 months after that. Yeah, that all lines up. I gotta get you guys some new sub badges. I don't think I have any sub badges beyond 18 months. And I gotta change that. I never bothered. Is that you have 3 tries, you have to get them all in 3 waves. You have to get them in 3 waves. If you mess up, then it'll move. And then you have like 3... Actually, I think it might be 3 successes collectively and you have mulligans. So, yeah, I think you're correct, Hazel. It's like a mix. Like, you could get them all in one sitting, or you could get 2, fail 1, then get that 1, and you're good. Yeah. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. But what if I want to get you guys cool shit? Can I still do it? The setup with Critical Connoisseur is kind of insane. Because we're critting so much. It's just like, here, damage. Guess we'll actually do bark with this. I haven't tried this build against raid bosses yet. But considering Ghostblade's performance, it'll do well. When is using a smart armor worth it? If you're in from the shadows, shooting a gun. Or if you're shooting a crit spot. And you don't care about the damage anything else you're doing does.
There is hope. Did you really think I would stay down?
Little badges is a treat. Hey Vince, how are you? That was a really fast room. Ooh, that felt good. That just felt badass. go. Bunny? Sure. No, Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade. Well, this presents a problem. Oh, there we go. There we go. It got there eventually. Wait, shit, it's on cooldown now. We found Ghost Blade's weakness. Okay, it can do it this time. It can do it this time. We gotta believe in Ghost Blade.
Out of spell slots.
There we go. Okay, targeting those is super awkward. We did it though. We did it. Break it first? That wouldn't help me at all. And also, with what gun damage, Irish?
Remember this. You could have run. A violent vitality.
Gun damage you have in your back pocket? Ah, understandable. This is weakness. These what? Hey, Eric, how you doing? Vorkanar. I haven't tried this against Vorkanar. Cool. Holly D's nuts! Fucking got him. Well done.
And fight on.
Yeah, Ancient Hilt would be really nice here, because I need my Ghost Blade back. I'd say it does pretty well, though. Seen Dienda recently. So there have been a lot of cons going on lately. And anyone going to SawCon? Don't call me businesswoman, Eric. How are you? How are the homies? Doing well, doing well. Get some Hava? Isn't that a Sugandhi's phrase? Hitboxes might be awkward for Ghostblade here. That's still damage though. How am I gonna handle this? You can do that. I didn't know you could do that. That was news to me. Ready for learning new things.
Enemy in my sights. We'll take them all on together. Let the magic begin! More! Trouble! Come, friends, to battle and glory!
Oh, wrong one.
Oh, magic up, I'm afraid. Spinning spectral flash!
Pretty chill fight. I like the Bark fight a lot. I want to fight two of Bark at the same time. That's my dream fight for this game.
Fierce bosses, and you broke them!
OMG, no? Why not?
Take your shinies and go.
Do not give them that idea. Why not, though? It'd just be like, you don't have to do it if they put it in the game. Just like two Barks at the same time, because then you'd have the interactivity of, let's say they're both doing their attack at you. Okay, you target one, break the sigil on one, while you do the appropriate dodge for the other one. So you just handle the dodges at the same time. Like, it sounds interactive. Why don't we just do Ubers and Diablo, do all three of one area at once? Sure. I'm up for that. Like, they made some good bosses with the aspect bosses. I'd love to fight them at the same time, or additional copies of them, or harder versions. Like, can you imagine if they were faster? If they just did all their shit faster? Bark would be terrifying, and I'm here for it. Elite raid boss rooms, double raid boss? Yeah, that'd be cool. Add Veracitus? How about we just use new things? Rather do multiple different than multiple the same. Why not both? What if we have both? Like, put a... maybe outside the chamber somewhere, have, just a spot where each of the bosses just hangs out, but it's 2 of them in the room. And then if you elite the raid boss room, then you get them all at once. Something like that. Add NATO W, the Invincible, a big giant 4-legged robot. It would have to be like a steampunk one, right? Yeah, obviously. What mechanics could you give it? You think it should have maybe some, like, some towers in the area? RPGs are all about option choices. Love to see them add more choices for side quest endings, even a big DLC. I will reiterate that I don't give a flying fuck about story DLC in this game. I'm a gameplay guy. So, as long as it has good gameplay, sure, I'm down for whatever. Interactive objects, huh? Interesting. Could use them to gain air or something. What if they did this concept where, as you beat the boss, it kind of just changes mechanics? And what if in the final phase it splits into 2 bosses?
Come on, have some fun.
Never met a Borderlands player who plays for story and not grinding on gear. There's a lot of them out there, Rob. In fact, most people who buy these games do it to play the story once and then never come back. But in terms of active players, there's even still a lot within that portion of the community who they just do playthroughs constantly, and that's it. They don't do the end game. And those are usually the people you see who push back when you advocate for balancing of things, like toning down of things, because they don't understand that, like, it wouldn't even affect them. So you'll see story players be like, no, don't nerf my Buffmeister. Like, yeah, bro, you won't notice, trust me. Final phase goes Wotan better have. The joke, Remy, is that we're reconstructing Wotan in this hypothetical model. Like, doesn't have a hotfix, focus on making some of the lackluster action skills something worth taking. They've slipped in some action skill changes here and there. Ghostblade got a lot of love, and I'm using Ghostblade right now. Cleansing Flames has gotten a couple adjustments. Now, it could still use some more, but it's gotten some adjustments. Another critical connoisseur run, huh? Blizzard and Dire Sacrifice had a bug fix addressed that did technically give them more damage, although they could use more. Reaper of Bones had a bug fix done for it. You know, they've been touching up action skills in the background. But if you're referring to, like, you want a week, kind of like how they had an SMG week, they had a shotgun week, they had a pistol week, yeah, I'd like action skills to get a turn as well. Tina predicting Wotan, but have the other characters laugh it off for not being realistic. I love it. That would be funny.
No magic left. I got feeling it.
That's where I was going with that. Yeah, I'm on the same page then. Personally, I'd like to see assault rifles and melee weapons get touched first, because those are things you can equip on all characters, whereas just, like, a change to a specific action skill is only going to apply to some characters. I'd like to see the game-wide stuff addressed first, and then the character stuff. I'm fake ghost blading right now. You see, it's going on cooldown. I'm trying to cast it over there. Huh. That's kind of cool. Fake blading. A giant evil eye crab. Yeah, that'd make a good raid boss. You could have it do, any of you who've played Risk of Rain 2, the Survivors of the Void expansion. You know the Voidlings attack, where it's basically a giant crab, but it just does a laser beam and spins around? That would work so well with a giant evil eye crab in this game. You'd have to duck or jump over it, or LOS it.
I can't do it! Not too close now. Hang on, power.
Yeah, basically, Sora, it's a big fucking crab that shoots laser beams. It's an evil eye crab. The final boss of the Risk of Rain 2 expansion is an evil eye crab. I think snipers are up next for balancing this week. They don't need it though, and they already did a global 20% sniper buff. That was one of the first categories of weapon they touched, in fact. And like, why would they touch snipers as a category? Sniper rifles are arguably the strongest weapon category. Now keep in mind, Reddit won't agree with that, but like, there's exactly one sniper rifle that needs any balancing whatsoever. One. And that's the con. Every single other unique sniper rifle in the game is good. Ranging from decent to, amazing. Con could use a buff? Yeah, that's a con issue, not a make the entire week about sniper rifles issue. Sawmill out DPS's most guns. Great Bow is the highest single shot weapon in the game. Even as he used, it's in the top few. Envy is decent, Ironsides is decent. Steep Rod is great, just requires a build around it. Carouser is great. Like, where are these bad sniper rifles people speak of? Forgot about the tweak to snipers. That's what happens when you think about, oh, hey, buff this, without thinking, okay, why would I buff this? Buffs for the sake of buffs do nothing except hurt the game. We saw that with Borderlands 3, where the game became just ridiculously easy because everything got buffed at some point. When advocating for buffs, specificity, and a little bit of, hey, does this need to happen, is healthy. ARs at a buff week, they really do need a second pass. AR week was interesting, because they toned down the Rogue Imp significantly. Thunder Anima got a bump up, still unremarkable, and still can't be enchanted. Bread Slicer was kind of just reworked to keep its power intact for performance issue reasons, but Bread Slicer's good. Donkey got a nice buff, that was welcome. Manual Transmission got a buff, but it's still kind of gimmicky. Dahlia ARs got tuned downwards, so I think Assault Rifles getting another pass would be nice, but maybe that means that Melee should jump above AR in the priority, because Melee's not had a week at all. That's a good point, Roxo. Yeah, I think Melee weapons deserve a turn next. Because while there are some Melees that are really good, you see the Banshee, the Twin Soul, and the Snake Stick get a lot of use, and Assault and Battery, or Salt and Battery, I said the whole thing, Salt and Battery. But there's weapons that just aren't good. Like, the Storm Surge is still bugged. So I'd like to see that fixed. The Ragnarok is just straight up terrible. Fatebreaker could use a little bit of damage. A Pincushion could use a lot of damage. Quadbow's still missing barrel accessories and get a damage part still. It needs it. Quadbow's very aggressively mediocre. SMG week was 10 out of 10. Really like using them now. Hope for more buffs, make money, use more arrows. Yeah. And they could do things in the vein of identity buffs. Like the Shadowfire, they didn't just increase its damage, they gave it the status thing. So it's got a niche. They could do that with more weapons. They should do a pure fix week where they fix the barrel issues, gun doing unintended damage, stuff like that. They've been doing bug fixes in every week, Sinju. And in weeks where they've done just fixes, people have complained that they haven't done enough, so I don't think that's gonna fly. They're categorizing these things, and the categorization works pretty well because that also lets them line it up with drop pools of bosses that they feature. So it lets you actually very easily acquire the items that they've changed. Like the SMG week was a Parasite feature. Parasite drops the Wizard's Pipe, and Mike, the mid-boss, drops the Shadowfire. Bye, Banshee. One Ghost Blade. And I missed like a third of it. Salmon Dot, there's something weird about it. I don't think the Salmon Dot gets status effect damage, so that could go in the melee pass.
Ready for adventure?
Ghostblade non-elemental just depends on the element of your melee. It looks at your melee weapon. It goes off of both the base damage, elements, and swing speed. All of that of your melee weapon. And the crit chance as well. So, your stats of your melee weapon wildly affect Ghostblade performance. Pincushion Barb Load. The thing with Pincushion is it doesn't do that better than any other melee weapon. Like, you could shoot an enemy full of bolts, right? Up to the cap of 25 bolts. Hit them with a Pincushion and still do less damage total than you would with, like, a Snake Stick. So, like, even within its, hey, fill with bolts and hit niche, it's still worse than others. So the Pincushion-specific explosion could stand to be buffed a lot. I feel like their hotfix has been pretty substantial overall. Yeah, they've been doing a lot with each week. Like, even the more minimal weeks, for example, the ring week, that's one that is far-reaching and good for the game. They've squished down the variance between, you know, the peak power you get with one ring versus another, meaning the ring farming is less punishing, because you just go for the stats. No, this game did better with BL3 sales-wise? It did. According to reports, this game brought in the most new players of any of their releases. Melee damage, melee crit damage, spell radius. That's good. I should pick that up. Don't need that Rapscallion. Don't need that one either. What a spell is just an explosion centered in front of you that sends arrows forward. I don't know, it would be strong on its own, but no, a lot of weapons, the arrow parts, get good use out of it. You mean the crossbolt parts? Bolt Lash is a crossbolt approximation of a spell, and it kind of sucks. It needs more damage. Bolt Lash could get buffed, and then it could kind of be what you're asking for. How does Ghostblade work with Diamond Guard? It'd be non-elemental, proc random elements. So, Diamond Guard will change your element when you hit, right? Ghostblade will take the element you are currently on for Diamond Guard. So let's say you bonk an enemy and a shock number comes out and up next is Corrosive. Your Ghostblade would be the element that you're on. As long as you don't melee, your Ghostblade will keep that element. So it does let you kind of rotate between the elements if you use Diamond Guard. Hey, Love Spooge, how you doing? Ghostblade Silly Business update today. Doing Clawstalker Ghostblade stuff, and the action skill's amazingly strong with the build around it. Very much enjoying. We're looking for duration rings right now for the build. Getting more action skill duration would be lovely. Now, we just took out Banshee in one Ghostblade. So that was cool. Okay, here's melee damage and duration. Melee crit chance as well. Okay, that's worth picking up. So I've got melee crit chance, melee crit damage, chaotic thumb cuffs here. Got a fingertip pulse oximeter with melee damage, melee crit damage, spell radius at volatile. So that'll be more overall in terms of the melee damage, melee crit damage. The spell radius will make my sigils bigger, and this will kick in when I, am really bad egging. But less crit chance. So I don't know if that's a direct upgrade. This one's duration, same crit chance, same parameters and everything, but I'd be trading melee damage for spell damage. Spell damage doesn't do anything for me in this setup. The duration would be nice, but I don't think that's worth. This one's a championship ring. Gun damage, spell crit damage, both kind of useless, but action skill duration. Melee damage, melee crit chance, action skill duration. I lose the crit damage. And I don't get the thumb cuffs mult. I'll still keep that. But let's keep going. Let's do some Imelda. I want to work on getting PLC2 gear. And this boss will have a pretty easy time with Imelda. Did I say this boss or this build? This build. Brain no worky.
Vesper, 'tis I, champion of these lands. I trust you have new challenges for me to conquer. We'll take them all.
I should look at
together.
these for the rings as well.
Witches and brews and adventures await. The pursuit of power can... Take this place apart, soul by soul.
Build is pretty boss.
Back to me.
Well, I do think so.
This straight way.
Like the gingerbread guys, they're cool.
I see. You just wandering nearby. You have a clearer vision of the situation than I do. Use your expertise to find out what secrets there are. One of them has dropped a list of new plans. Shall we take a look? It says magic shrooms, hold the fangs, goblin beans, hot and cold, pirate crabs, voodoo. What monster would drink?
I like that you can use the duration reduction on moving Ghostblade as a mechanic to end it early, if you want to start the cooldown going when you're moving on.
Twisted things. Go and find it. The great fang-free mushroom hunt begins.
What ho, challenger?
I think you're onto the god.
Thinking about it, maybe Imelda 1 is faster to farm because she won't move out of my Ghostblade at all when we get to that. I'll see how this does against Imelda 2. Obviously, if I insta-kill her, then, like, whatever. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
My conscience is clean.
Big goblin beans bouncing your way. Big right ones coming.
So what kind of builds is everybody working on? I've got a couple other build concepts that I want to gear out this week. That I've been just kind of thinking about as we've been playing this one. One of them's a launcher setup. I think you guys will enjoy that one. Other one is still kind of coming together. I haven't done much Frostburn stuff, and I have an idea for what I'm going to do with that.
Ready to cast.
You know, name your dragon companion. I totally forgot about it. Gonna be honest. Couldn't name it for the first month and a half of the game, so I kind of forgot. Trying to get my Bereaver to be better at bossing. Sort of Burgrave, Hellish Blast focus setup, and it should be done with companion stuff at the moment. Hellish Blast is interesting. Like, you can get it to happen a lot. And I wonder if that can be desirable. Okay, sir, are you just stuck? No, you're just running in a weird pattern. Okay.
I'll not suffer the likes of you.
Because with punishment and like an arcane bolt, Hellish Blast happens constantly. Fragment Rain, nice.
Those goblins are has-beens now. Or are they
Nothing too new. Recently created a Bereaver, drew some Reaper Bones Amnesia stuff, still working on the story. Nice. Reaper Bones Amnesia is so fun.
Could you imagine sailing out into that water? Lovely. Especially since they've caught all the crabs.
They really designed this entire map around a crabs joke. I kind of respect it. Been using the Frozen Heart Sigil for Icebreaker at Old Ways. Cooldown's still pretty manageable. Cooldown's really good on Empowering Sigil's Boom. It's like 10-second cooldown, but 5-second duration. Like, it's really good.
Do you know what animal pirates really dislike?
No points in double knot in this paradigm. Funny. Wonder suffering from TPS issues, like it's a good game, but fair weather fans are dumping on it because it's not BL2. Seen some negative reactions from other content creators lately on YouTube. It's getting a lot of that, KC. The people who hated on Borderlands 3 mindlessly are doing so again on this game, because this is, once again, not the game that came out 10 years ago. And you have some people who liked Borderlands 3, but who would have liked it to be more like Borderlands than it is. A big thing they did with this game is they experimented in a lot of areas. And this extends to the content cycle. This game does not place a focus on story as post-launch content. You can see that with the DLC model of it being bite-sized gameplay chunks that permanently add stuff into the Chaos Chamber, which is the meat of the game's replayability. So people who are not as enamored with the Chaos Chamber as I am view it through the lens of, oh, the story part of it is only 10 minutes long. I'm like, yeah, that's because it's just like an intro to the stuff that it's putting into the chamber. It's basically designed as a Chaos Chamber expansion with a gear pack and a boss, and then just throws that into the rest of the game. But in fairness, it wasn't really directly marketed that way, and some people, no matter how many times you're told it's not Borderlands, some people are like, but Borderlands. It's not. This was Borderlands that had Borderlands in the name. They specifically made this a different IP to distance themselves and give themselves a little room to be more creative. And I like to consider myself an open-minded guy, so I'm open to their experimentation with things in this game, even when it comes to DLC content. Now, are the mirrors we've gotten somewhat disappointing in some ways? Sure. I make no secret of the fact that I did not care for PLC 1 at all in most of its areas. The gear was cool. The maps are cool. That's about it. I don't like the boss. I don't like the pacing. I don't like the lack of difficulty. I don't like any of that. But mirrors as a format have potential. And I think, despite Imelda, the boss of this one, being a bit of a step backwards in the boss department, I think everything else about it, aside from blocking the stuff to the PLC and not allowing it to go in the Chaos Chamber, most things they've done in PLC 2 have been an improvement from the first one. So, I urge people to keep in mind that content formats in LANs games have not always been successful first outings. For example, arenas in Borderlands 1 were terrible. They were just straight up awful. In Borderlands 2, they were once again pretty awful. Not even repeatable either, by the way. And Magic Slaughter was actively unfun. But then, in TPS, arenas were great. In Borderlands 3, arenas were great. So, experimentation does open up a possibility of not having a stuck landing with a first outing, or even a second outing. But I haven't given up on that stuff. And ultimately, a large portion of this game's replayability is placed in the Chaos Chamber, and the Chaos Chamber is the best endgame activity they've ever done. Has the most replayability, and has the most potential as a framework for them to do cool shit with it. Really, Jim, it's awesome? I'm glad you think so. I'm enjoying this build a lot. Finished prepping my endgame yesterday, all lucky dice. Now I can focus on Chaos Chamber, currently progressing through C15, getting carried by Deadshot and Queen's Cry. Are you having fun though, Cassie? That's the big bit. You having fun? As long as you are. That's what counts, right?
Time for a spell.
Shit ton, let's go.
Just like I thought.
Try new things some people consider it a war crime. Right. Some people will never stop screaming that, oh, but 2012 game, look at all these things it didn't do that I'm gonna attribute it to it anyway. Like, don't get me wrong, not all of the feedback is from that angle. I've had some really good discourse with friends in the community lately. You know, K6 and Epic definitely like BL2 more than I do. K6 is approaching Wonderlands from an angle of he wants it to be more like BL3, which I can't fault because I love BL3.
Well, that's the measure of you.
And everyone has their own preferences in that department. You'll see people like those two who look at it constructively, and they'll present their opinions on what they like, what they dislike, what they prefer, what they want going forward, what they like from the past, they'd like to see come back, things like that. But you'll also see people in the community who are not those two, who are being extremely ridiculously toxic about it. And just using bad faith shit. Like, it's very frustrating to deal with. But unfortunately, this is the kind of thing we end up with the LAN's cycle. Every time a new game comes out, we get about a month, and then the same people, every time, start shitting on it for not being Borderlands 2. This happened with TPS, this happened with Borderlands 3, it's happening with Wonderlands. Every time. Regardless of what the game actually does, they will consider it a step backwards. At the end of the day, you gotta tune those people out.
I'm a good witch. Good at murder.
I see an invitation to dinner in your future.
Your goose is cooked. Your wine infused trifle. Your time's run out. That bone meal was your last. Woo, get ready for the sixth.
Ghostblade, can you hit her? Okay, Ghostblade's having some trouble. Snake Stick will do it. Right? Copium? We need to wait for Ghostblade. Actually, can I just... Nope. Oh! If I jump! If I jump! Please spawn an ad. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. I regret everything. I'm sorry. Oh, I just put Ghostblade on the ground underneath there. I don't know why I assumed it'd be different than jumps. Okay.
Lay low by the light.
Hey, Ruthless Grim. Welcome in. K6 says Wonderlands is good, people just run to his critiques and think he hates it. It's the curse of being a content creator who's well-respected and has reach. He'll provide pros and cons, and then all people hear is the cons. Same thing happened with Borderlands 3. And at the end of the day, people will hear what they want to hear. And something I like to do is provide more measured feedback with context. I just like how everyone here likes the game. Ultimately, that's all you can really do for Hylia. You can hang out in crowds who like the same things you do, and just try not to, you know, fling your shit into rooms where other people are doing their things. Like, I would rather brush my teeth with a fucking chainsaw than play Borderlands 2. But I don't go into Borderlands 2 streams talking about how it's so shit and every other game they've ever made is better. That's not productive, and it's toxic. I just play the game I like. And I don't make it my entire content footprint on the internet bashing the other thing. Electric or gas powered? Let's go electric. Let's go electric.
I hope the gourmand behind this speaker enjoys the taste of hot steel.
Eco-friendly, yeah.
It takes a strong.
I was going to give pros and cons. It could be depressing if the only feedback received is cons. Right. You need to talk about things you like, not just things you dislike. Because when you create a culture of... In gaming, this happens a lot, particularly in the LAN's fan base. When you get a culture of, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, change this, change this, change that. This game did this and it was better. This game did this and it was better. When you just do that constantly, you don't... There's no coverage out there of what the game did well. And that reduces the likelihood of the devs and publishers signing off on doing the things that went well again. And it also gives outsiders looking in the perception of, oh, this game has so many problems, everyone hates it. But that's not true at all. This game is literally like one of their biggest financial successes. It took so many steps forward in so many areas, took a lot of risks, many of which paid off, some of which didn't, but many of which did. And the game is, more importantly, fun. It's a fun game. But every once in a while, you'll see someone who's on the fence about getting it because all they've seen is the negative feedback and none of the positivity. That's why us people who like it, we gotta be as loud as the people who aren't. Some people just thrive on flinging poo. Yep. You'll see some creators who identify as, you know, Borderlands content creators who, they don't make much in the way of content except, farming Twitter engagement, shitting on whatever the latest game release is. And I no longer have any patience for those people. Fuck them. We as a community can do better than that and deserve better than that, representing us to the rest of the gaming world.
And those mushrooms barely even fit you. Excellent work.
Applies to anything in life? Well said, Rob.
The goblins that dwell here value 3 things in life. Coin, preserving ancient architecture, and their beans. You'll need to draw the alpha goblins out of hiding to get the ripest beans. Picking up a few of their less bean-endowed friends should do the trick.
Unfortunately, I got those types a ton of games, drives me away from the YouTube scene, a lot of games. Yeah, that's just the culture of that platform, which is why I try to keep the Twitch side of the community as far away from that as I possibly can. I don't have to be as outspoken about this shit as I am, and it probably hurts me in a lot of ways, but I think it's necessary.
There's one of those big bean boys.
New Goblin. I never get those when I'm playing melee builds, so that was a huge neuron activation moment. Unfortunately, Blue Goblins don't really drop much. I'd like to see that change.
Those goblins are has-beens now. Or are they has?
I don't know why people stand Handsome Jack so hard, because, they don't really develop any likes or dislikes of their own, and are heavily influenced by people who consider everything about the game Handsome Jack was in to be the gospel of gaming, period. So it's just, if you echo something enough, it becomes a held opinion. Like, for example, a lot of people said in the Borderlands 3 content cycle, parts don't matter. Well, we have the same part set in this game, and suddenly they're realizing that, yeah, parts do matter. It's because you can repeat anything enough times, and on some level people will internalize it. There's more benign examples of this in the world with gaming stuff, like, you know. But, it's just something universally applicable to life in general. You repeat something, people will believe it. Doesn't matter how much foundation in reality it has, people will believe it. So, if someone says constantly, oh, Handsome Jack the best, man, nothing they do could live up to Jack. Jack, 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 Jack. Someone's gonna hear that and be like, huh, I guess that Jack guy must be pretty well liked. There you go. It spreads from there. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the voice acting performance of Handsome Jack was completely exceptional and one of the best I've ever seen in gaming. Like, absolute credit where credit's due. But, the Borderlands fandom having a weird attachment to him. I don't know. I like new things. I like creativity. Borderlands as a franchise is built on the concept of creativity. Like, its selling point was, hey, look at all these crazy, wacky items. That is a manifestation of creativity. If you were to then just start shipping the same game every year, well, you end up being Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty, which each have to take a year off eventually to come up with new ideas. I believe next year COD's taking a year off. I remember seeing some article about that. I'm sure someone's got more current information. But Assassin's Creed, I want to say it was 2017? 2016, 2017, 2015, something in that region. Took a year off because it kept shipping the same game for like 10 years. And people were like, alright, this is boring now. Well, sports games like FIFA get bashed constantly for shipping the same game constantly. I do not want that to happen to Borderlands, which is why we need to keep experimenting, and why Wonderlands, as a spin-off, is the perfect playground to test out some of these new concepts. So, where's my item? Where my crab leg at? This happened to me once before, where it just didn't spawn. Awkward. Oh, it said EA Sports games release $60 roster updates yearly? Yeah. Battlefield tried changing things with 2042, and the community legit killed that game. Well, the developer, not the developer, excuse me, the publisher then went out and said that the reason Battlefield failed is because Halo was good. So, like, no sympathy there. They actually said that, by the way. But you do need a community that's receptive to change and experimentation. Sometimes it doesn't go well. It is a risk. But I think it's an important risk to take. I'm gonna save quit. People just go for things that are readily apparent instead of experimenting with things. I see this a lot with Doom Eternal discussion. Right. Morning, OGK. How you doing? Battlefield 2042 is unfinished mess. Don't even blame the community. Yeah, I've heard that game is legit just bad. I've not played it, so obviously I don't have a first-hand experience, but from what I've seen, it just does not have a lot going for it. But that said, the publisher also blaming other games is interesting. Didn't fail because the new things failed because it launched in a bad state. That's about the shape of things I've heard, Mutant Morph. Hey Buick, how you doing?
Threads of fate and fortune are twisted here, all wrapped around that castle in the forest. I see only
Weird sound.
vapes, a mushroom, a crab, bean, very lumpy bean. Anyway, these are, no doubt, ingredients for trouble.
God of War 2018 and Doom Eternal are some examples I want to see more of. Devs want to change things after so long the same but in a meaningful way. Right. Risk of Rain 2 is a good example of that. Risk of Rain 2 plays nothing like the original Risk of Rain, but it's almost universally considered an upgrade.
Wandering nearby, who may have a clearer vision of this situation than I do. Use your expertise to find out what secrets they're holding.
Oh, once again, Borderlands. You see the number of Borderlands 2 stands out there? Yeah, they're not standing Borderlands 1 like that.
One of them has dropped a list of
So changing things up
Shall we take
is,
a
like, necessary.
Says, magic shringlets, hold fangs, goblin beans, hot of hold, pirate crabs, any kind of...
Stayed up to wait playing Destiny. How you been? Been pretty okay. Been enjoying building in this game.
I must see the mind.
Hey Don, how are you?
This wild imagination could concoct such twisted things.
Sorry, I just can't stomach 2042. Nothing to be sorry about, Cassie. I've heard it's just not a good game. And we're just discussing gaming industry stuff in general. Don't need to be sorry about that. It's not impossible to change things and keep the core like Risk Rain 2 did. Any amount of change, people freak out. Right. Case in point, you guys remember when they announced Izzy for this game? Like, Izzy, the side character in the bar who you talk to maybe 3 times ever, who's just kind of charming and doesn't take anything away from anything. You remember some of the community freaked out and responded with, "But where's Moxie, though?" You remember that? Change literally anything and someone's gonna hate it.
I think you're right.
I was be a Borderlands nerd, I just don't like Tina. I don't particularly like Tina either. But I'm a gameplay guy, so it don't really affect me. Game industry is so diverse right now. It's just an art form, even Warzone. Gaming is coming to a state where it's like far more influential than I think anyone thought it would be. Like, this is my job, doing this right now. This is my job. I'm working right now. And that's not something that was seen as like a real thing people could do 20 years ago, right? It was a thing in terms of, you know, StarCraft League and stuff like that, but like, not like this. I think I'd like this game as much as BL2 and 3. I actually like it more. Me too, BL. Me too. I sometimes miss BL3. Stone Swan was streaming some fun BL3 stuff last night, and I enjoyed watching that. But like, I like this too. They made a new thing that I like for its own reasons. Moxie's too rated M for this game. I'd say so. Although, look at the Torg manufacturer names. Torg manufacturer weapon names in this game. Again, you know, Rumpy Pumpy. And then you've got, you know, this entire map structured around a crabs joke. They still slipped in the classic humor.
The pirates of this idyllic cove may not have much in the way of creature comforts. But they do have
Borderlands 3 got support for 2 years, and we're still getting events for that game. No reason to think they're going to abandon Wonderlands. Right.
I'd watch out while you're collecting crab meat. They're known to pinch. And by they,
especially with, once again, this game did so well that Take-Two was supposedly like, hey, yeah, do more Wonderlands shit. So, it's not going anywhere.
Justice has been served.
Ludite, Rumpy Pumpy. Now you got Crabs, it's time to bone. Yeah, also the Load Buster. Boot Knocker. To spawn Tangle Drift on your map, you have to literally flick the bean.
Mana's tapped out. I shall uphold my own.
you seem like you've had enough of this
Just want to say Rumpy Pumpy. Hey, Civil, how you doing?
My spell is ready.
references, sure, but nothing like boobs. I mean, if the thing there is physically seeing the booba, then, like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's that much of a difference. One thing I missed is the gore, really. Did the gore add anything? Like, you still see enemies just disintegrate when using the appropriate elements, which is something that happened before, too. Like, they'll still shatter into pieces, melt down from dark magic. They'll get charred and scorched from fire, like, it... Is it different?
On the bright side,
Telling me I didn't like headshotting a bandit? I didn't care. The gameplay doesn't change. We know they're going to patch BO3 because they said they give full crossplay. Obviously, this doesn't necessarily mean we'll get new things alongside it, but who knows? Right.
Out of spell slots!
Screaming this game when you toss out elements is a bit more intense. Yeah.
Serves you right.
Enjoy the locational body destruction BO3 had. It's cool, but ultimately, remember, I've said this a few times, but I'm a gameplay guy. If it doesn't affect how I play, I don't care. Like, would this play any differently if these guys had body parts flying everywhere from Ghostblade? Sure, it'd be kind of rad to look at for a couple seconds, but, like, would that affect my gameplay? No.
one more crab for the collection. The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, it's bone time. Oh.
Wonder what the legal difference is between T and M. The ESRB website probably quantifies that, if you're curious enough. Frames would drop 1 per limb. Claw Staff is the entire map screaming. Makes my team just laugh due to the absurd amount. Yeah, Buick.
Trolls here pride themselves on the size of their bone piles. But as my cellmate Hagatha Swampface always said, you can't make bone meal without cracking a few bones. The troll's bones, ideally, not yours. Give those bone piles a shake and see what happens. Bone meal and beans? What is this recipe doing?
Recharge!
One more in the bag.
Tried putting it hog with this yet? Yeah, we did. We did it. First try. We did Bunny, we did Bark. We've not done Gloop. But Gloop kind of self-explanatory.
This many bones
We could try Gloop.
outside your body.
Do it after this run.
Every day's a grind, isn't it?
Done the yellow rune. It took a bit, Foodface. The Ghostblade targeting is so awkward, but you can hit it with Ghostblade, so we can get it. The Ghostblade targeting is awkward, though.
Would it be too much if I said bone appetit? Oh, it is. I take it back.
Yes, just as we practiced.
Snacks took some maze balls for sure. I'm the only one having issues with Wonderland's eating memory. No, I have that issue too. I chalk it up to my bad PC, but you know, could be both. Mimic? That's rude. Now we wait for Shadow Step to expire. You know, it's a Quag build, you have to pull up Pixies, kill the Elrond. I didn't, though. I used Ghostblade. I just used Ghostblade. I didn't change any gear or anything. Brother had the same issue last night when it was taking up 75% of his RAM and he's a solid rig. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Still runs better than BL3 for me, though, at least.
I see an invitation to dinner in your future.
Your goose is cooked. Wine-infused trifle. Your time's run out. That bone meal was your last.
Show them no quarter!
Phase 2 Imelda just does not like being ghostbladed. Guess we just snake stick her mostly then. I should also do this. Cool. The purple pistol? Yes. It's a Scalawag. Looks like this. Strange pause, so the game's gonna crash and continues like nothing happens. Yeah. It does happen. Camera frames at 60, so do I.
It's good to see you again. New challenges await if you're ready.
Okay, let's hit that wheel for a bit. And then we'll go over and do some more Chaos Chamber. Loot luck. Wheel of Fish, I mean Fate.
Perfect for those moments you need to wring the life out of someone.
I shall blind my enemies with the sparkle of my clenched fist.
Keep it away from me, then. I need my vision clear, thank you.
Oh, magic dust.
So like this wheel, it's made some progress. Like this was like an hour of hitting the wheel before. It's gotten better. It still has a ways to go. Hey, a Barba load. One passive Barba load. That's sad. But it's lightning, so I take that. I could use that for my Skeet Prod setup. Look at times when it drops one item, yeah, it's much better. Work in progress. Better does not mean fixed, but does mean better.
Your confidence really carries the whole
Hey, that Black Joe, thank you for gifting a sub out. Thank you so much. Total of 6, means the world. Thanks for taking care of Loki. I appreciate it. Ooh, cosmetic. Let's make some room. Wish it roll dropping a cosmetic. Wish it roll dropping cosmetic a bit more often. Some people have said the opposite, so like I think that's gonna be a subjective thing. Chaotic, Salt and Battery, Archmage. It's useful. Did get a volatile miasmatic for my claw from it. Might switch up my build and make use of it. Neat. I haven't gotten a good enough roll of that armor for me to actively want to use it on anything. If it was in the bunnies, I could change that, but nope.
Back in business.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is
Jamstone. I've been looking for gemstones. Unfortunately, this has none of the stats I want. So, ideally with this, I want a gun damage one. Spell damage is like a second choice, but none of the stats on the bottom help me for the build I want it for, and it's not even chaos tiered. Been farming Miasmatic for like 3 days, haven't gotten a single one. Yeah, I've still never seen the Garlic Breath spell, by the way. I've never seen it.
Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
I've also not gotten the shield yet. How many more do I have? Okay, not that many.
Now that's more like it.
Static charge. Pain. Alright, BRB. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. I'm surprised the Bradluck didn't kill me. I forgot I had that on. The head I didn't have dropped. Let me look. Picked up a couple. Did I miss one? I don't think I did. Looks like I got all these. Got my new Steam Deck playing Wonderlands on the go. Nice. How's that playing, Gator Paul? Does it run well?
Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
Are you prepared? We'll see. Now the fun.
Otherwise available on Steam now? It is not.
Aw, look who's come to play.
Between 30-40 frames, pretty good at medium settings, so I gotta study some settings so I can get to steady 40. Neat.
How swift they fall. I feel.
Just found out someone hit and ran and totaled my parked car. Oh no, Pragmatic. Holy shit. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's fucked. Drunk driver. A lot of those out this weekend. Long weekend. That shit spikes really hard. Well, I'm glad you weren't in the car, but it still sucks that happened. I'm sorry. I was wondering why that room didn't go so well. I forgot to put my actual gear back on. That was with my loot luck gear. Whoops. Yeah, there's the damage. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, why does that feel so much more difficult? Lucky enough, Fallout New Vegas, actual Steam game, is gonna be some dumb error. New Vegas moment. That game is one of the buggiest, most non-functional things ever released, but it's such a good game. Yeah, I really want an ancient hilt snake stick. So I guess that means melee bunny. Volatile or better shock snake stick with ancient. Class combos are favorite for companion based build. What do you define as a companion for Creolia? That's the question. Because some people consider, you know, pixies and shrikes companions. And that would change my answer. Do you mean like your class feat companions, or just like all of it collectively? Hydras? I honestly think Deadshot has a strong case for being the Hydra one. Because Hydras are spells, so, you know, Blast Gasp, Spell Shot stuff. That's boring. A cool thing Graveborn can do with companion builds, you can run Reaper of Bones. That bonus element applies to them too. And that gives you good access to ASA stuff, of which there is an ASA 50% companion damage enchant. So that's neat. Spore Warden has the most raw companion damage in tree. But, wait, was that the gloop room? Did I forget to do gloop? Shit, I think that was the gloop room. Oh well, get an next run. Chillmonger coming in nice, I'm almost level 20. Let's go. Good shit, Thermal. Clawbringer's class feat is the strongest of those companions. Like, Wyvern is better than Demi-Lich or Mushroom. But it doesn't do much else for companions. Keep underrated. I'm showing Polymorph love. Definitely is underrated. It's a really good action skill. Like, Polymorph is extremely good. It's just people see Ambihextrous and they get distracted. Another thing I like about Ghostblade, you can just run away and check loot while trusting it'll take out the target you're on. Recent Polymorph convert, love it? Yeah, Charlie, it's sick. Interesting to see how good a build would be investing fully in Wyvern damage. It's not bad damage at all, it's just you have very little control over it, because the Wyvern's special attacks are on long cooldowns, and you only have limited control over its targeting, and its aggression isn't very high. Also, if the Wyvern should die to anything, you lose all of your damage until it's back. Are the Hydras from Fragment Rain dealing spell damage? I don't know the formula for Fragment Rain Hydras, or Fury or Gun Hydras at all. There's a resource out there for that, I just don't have it currently. Way more interested in Polymorph over Ambi-Hex if I run a spell shot. Polymorph's just cool. Much more thoughtful in its usage as well.
Our battle is not yet over.
I love how fast this room is with this build. I'm not ashamed of like an Ambidextrous. Nothing to be ashamed for. Like, if you like an action skill, use it. It's just, some people will say that, like, I've seen people go as far to say things like, oh, Spell Shot just doesn't have an action skill. Like, Polymorph is right there and it's goated. What? Hammer Berserker's focused on fire and Wyvern damage has been going great. Still climbing cast levels, so that could change. Wyvern's really good while climbing cast levels, yeah, Vlad. I don't like not being able to use action skill and chance with Ambi. Then you could just, like, use Polymorph instead. It's right there. See, people will translate that, what Fatal just said, into Spell Shot can't use action skill and chance. It's like, no, just click the other one. Polymorph's goated, see what you did there? Mostly unintentional. Damage could be better here. I don't have bad egg active. And I let soak fall off. Not bad. Using it with Calamity blows up leaf puddles. Blazing Calamity. Yeah, Blazing Calamity Polymorph, one of my favorite synergies in this game. Super nice. we gotta do another run and remember to do Gloop. I was enjoying the gameplay too much. Feel a bit sheepish. Well done. Plenty of on-spellcast chance. Right. Snake Stick. Ancient. It's not shock, and it's only chaotic. Good crit damage mult, though. A lot less base damage. It's a huge loss. Melee crossbolts. What delivery method is this? Is this Pixies? It doesn't fucking tell me. Is this Pixies? Oh well, guess I'll never know. How many hours of the story and what's max level? Story, it depends on how fast you do it, Nicholas. In terms of like the 80% speed run, it's an hour and a half, but obviously for a casual player, it's more likely to take you, depending on how familiar you are with the game, anywhere from 8 to 20 hours. Max level is 40, and then there are 35 chaos levels, which unlock after completing the story. So I'm currently level 40, playing on chaos 35. Run out of sheep, lamb, goat based puns. It's okay, Envoy, I'm still proud of you. Volatile Storm Surge. Fucking thing doesn't work. Keep this up, you'll regret it. Why are you like this? Jump down.
Unleash hell!
Played all Borderlands because just wanted to know if it's worth the money. So the thing is, I've played all the Borderlands games as well. I put over 6,000 hours into Borderlands 3, and the story is not what makes the games replayable to me. I like the build crafting and the endgame content. I like doing the stuff that unlocks after the story. And for that alone, it's worth the money for me. Like, if you want to know how much playtime I have in this game right now, in the 2 months it's been out, 34 days. 34 days. Of me in the game, playing the game. Most of that's doing this endgame content stuff. But yeah, the story was well received for this game as well, so if you like that, you'll enjoy that. Just important to keep in mind, there's more to these games than just the story for a lot of people. Why would you guys make such bad jokes? Well done. I just realized that's my Ghostblade ticking for 192k against random enemies. Huh. That's a big number.
We'll take them all on together. As always, good triumphs over evil. Or was it
Thanks for the honest info. My pleasure. Some old guy, how you doing? Found a volatile blazing calamity with 2 charges, so make a chillmonger. It's not cry would do for now. That's still sick, thermal. Which element is it? Fire or dark magic? gonna not pop Ghostblade for this room. Probably gonna go down because of it, but... There we go. The Gyro this chat needs. Yeah, Gyro is the pronunciation. I got you, Roxo. Same page.
Well, that's the best of you, isn't it?
Hey, forever.
Whatever you'll do, it seems to be quite dead, so keep doing that. I feel magical. Ready for adventure?
Let's do the awe. 8 out of 3 awe. That's a lot of crit chance. Aw, yeah. Ah. Take all his funds. But we're just... This is just how we are. We're too awesome. I forgot to do Gloop again! Oh well. Another run. I'm having too much fun. More haste. 5 out of 3 haste. Ghostblade's gonna take real fast. Unbelievable. I'm gonna pun follow. Love to see Ash Skull augments added. Imagine a Ghostblade augment increases the duration reduction from moving it. Now shoot out daggers like Dagger Storms. That'd be cool. Just the concept of augments. I do like that. I do like that. Even this, I want more snake sticks. I don't understand why we're doing this. Why wouldn't we? You know, thinking about it, salmon could be fun with this. The crit chance is very low, though. And the attack speed's low. Because, like, salmon in poison mean Ghostblade could do Pandemicium stuff very effectively. And also me actually physically bonking enemies would be very good at Pandemicium and Contagion Chains as well. Come back from lurking, chat's ultra curse, love it. I agree.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Good point.
This world is not for you.
There's something. I believe there's a cabin near you.
Kevin, what are you doing? He's under my desk now.
I lack the ability to... Magic time! Arcane armor! Take aim!
That. Vigilant Sigil. Okay, this is the gloop room, right? Right? Hey Rohit, how's my weekend? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain too much. Very low energy, chill Sunday for me. And pretty much the same today, except I'm streaming today and I wasn't yesterday. No real plans or anything. Beautiful weather. I made good food yesterday. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner today though. I should probably go around this way instead. Can I not? Oh, I guess I can't get up that way. Yo, mantle, please? Hello? There's a lot of stuff that looks like you can mantle it, but you can't. What's on the menu? I made some teriyaki chicken and some veggies on the side. It's pretty good. Hey, bad egg. Game knows what I like. Not even invited for dinner. Come over. Come over.
Time for a spell.
Purple Skulldugger Claw Stabba? Yes. This is a Ghost Blade build. We've got Snake Stick as supplementary damage, and this Purple Skulldugger is the ideal weapon to hold for this. We get to fill the enemies with lots of melee cross bolts to improve the formula of our other stuff. It being fire makes it good for triggering the fire portion of Awe for some nice crit damage. Skulldugger specifically because it can have a 25% blade while still having melee crossbolts, whereas other manufacturer equivalents only can have a 15% blade. And, you know, ×2 with high fire rate. Next year I'm gonna make it to the US for my PhD, take you up on that offer. Sounds good. You okay, Puck? I like how the enemies just kind of walk into the traps. It is very amusing.
My spell is ready.
Trying something out. Oh, it didn't work out well. So something you can do if you're feeling cheeky is you can damage yourself with the Shadow Fire to get some extra bad egg uptime, but I didn't time that very well, so I just ended up losing my Ghost Blade. Oh well. Let's do haste. So we got 5-3 contagion, 7-3 haste in this run. Ooh, she boosted haste twice. That's a lot. So this is without Snake Stick helping at all, by the way. That's just Ghost Blade. We did not use a single Snake Stick there. That's just Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade is good. You just gotta pump formula into it.
Oh, we're done talking, are we? Then get in here and
Always have to say that.
You see both action skills for Stabbo doing work? Yeah. Stabbo's got an extremely busted action skill and a very good one. Which is probably why they gave the lackluster skill tree. Meanwhile, Spore Warden, Spore and Berserker could use some love in the action skill department. To various degrees, but I think all 4 of those action skills could stand to get some love. Allergies are kicking my ass. Yeah, definitely more duration for this. Also, I could use a cryo snake stick, that matching element. That would help. Ghostblade did not want to target hitbox-wise there. That's fine.
Focus on that one.
Hey Donner, how you doing? Dog, good to see you as well. Hope you're doing great. That rock helped a lot. How's the performance like? Of what? The game? The build?
Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Hey, boom. Thank you so much for gifting us stuff out. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's a lot of damage. This setup's so much fun. I own BO3 and I get 144 FPS, but it stutters so hard to a point where I cannot enjoy the game. For me personally, this game runs more smoothly than BL3. Wonderlands runs more smoothly than BL3. I run on more demanding settings on Wonderlands, and my frame rate is more stable. There's fewer crashes than BL3. So, in my personal experience, this game runs a lot better than BL3. I don't have a command for that, but I have a i7 7700K, 16 gigs of RAM, and 1070 for my GPU. That's the relevant stuff. Content-wise, decent? Very. Very. It's got the best endgame at launch out of any of the games. You know, BL1 launched with no endgame, BL2 had 1.5 raid bosses, BL3 had arenas and proving grounds, TPS had nothing. This game launched with 4 raid bosses and the most replayable of the lengthy activities they've ever done. Do any overclocking? I don't. I don't. Primordial Pickaxe. It's the slow one, though. It's a 1.6. It's Echo, but it's a Primordial Pickaxe. I gotta take it. Primordial Ragnarok. Ragnarok sucks. I guess I'll take that for when Ragnarok gets buffed. Copium. Tiva's had a raid boss at the start of the game. It's literally just the story boss. But yeah. Just like how Borderlands 2 had 2 raid bosses. One of them's a reskinned Varkid, and the other one gets hard countered by a rock and had a 24-hour lockout. But sure. Who do you play as? Currently, I'm playing a Clawbringer Stabomancer. You don't play as a set character in this game. You're always the newbie playing the Fate Maker. But you choose your multi-classes. You choose your first tree and your second tree among 6 different character classes. Each class is a skill tree and an always-on bonus. And each class has 2 action skills to choose from. So you mix and match and make your own class. Hit boss in the game, Iwajira? That's not a raid boss. No, that's a glorified badass. Character looks dope. You have full character customization in this game. You can change your facial features, your body, your hair, your armor colors. And we're getting a 7th character class later on in the DLC season.
You go on ahead.
I want to try Claw Spell Shot. Any tips and gear that I should look into? Claw Spell Shot's a really cool combo because you have a lot of crit chance. And you get heavily rewarded for critting. Between Awe and Double Knot, you get, like, big value on crits. So I'd recommend, making sure you're able to get at least some investment in each of those, Awe and Double Knot. And then you want to hit some spells that have good crit chance at base. Things like Ice Spikes. And then just crit a bunch. Do big damage. I forgot to use Ghostblade for most of that room. Oh, no Double Knot sad. You can get whichever one you don't get in skill tree from your armor. One DLC every 2 months means new class soon and possible second season? Yeah. Could the new class be poison or lightning based? A lot of people have wanted a more poison focused thing. I don't see that as unlikely. Heroes are so good? Absolutely. I go for a hero right now. With some shawarma. Sounds good. It's not on Steam. Yeah, but functionally, like, what does that change? There's no news on a Steam release date, but unless you're on Linux, I don't know, just launch it from desktop. If you're on Linux, then yeah, you'll need a workaround. But I tend to just get games where they're available. If you are looking to grab the game, though, and if you don't want to purchase directly through the Epic storefront, purchasing through that affiliate link will go through the 2K store, and it will financially support me. Also, if you go for the version with the Season Pass built in, then you get, and you go through that link, you get some additional cosmetic stuff you wouldn't otherwise get. Figured that's an option if you want. Not proud I'm about to try this Arby's burger. I'm about to try it. I've heard too much about Arby's. I'm just like, I'm good. I don't need that evil. Did I miss the Bark room? Which room is Bark? This is Gloop. I know Bunny's the last room. Did I miss Bark? I wasn't paying attention. That'll get a Bard class because the story relies on the party not being able to use a Bard blessing. Yeah, BO3 story relies on you not having easy access to Sirens, though, and Amara's just like, what? Same with BL2s. Maya's just like, what? I don't think that stopped them before. Yeah, I decided that this will just be a normal run, and we'll go for Maker in another run. I only know Mo's Crush. I believe in Mo's supremacy. Let's be honest here, most of the landscapes don't make sense, they're just entertaining. Right, Strikers. Like, none of them have been some huge success in literature. Although the writers have done a good job in some cases of making you think about certain things. And presenting interesting characters in the setting. But, like, it's not high art, because it's never intended to be. They could have fun with it. Second action skill vacuum, yeah. Blank Thunder Cubes, or Big Thunder Cubes, excuse me, blank slate. Yeah, we have a command for that, Mr. Black Eye. Reckless Monsters, got you. I thought no. I thought yes. Hey Raven General, how you doing? Build diversity gets lower the more skill points you have. I hope Gearbox realized this. We have not gotten any level cap increases yet, so I hope they've realized that. We've gotten 2 of the Season Pass content drops and no level cap increase, which bodes well so far. Considering if you look at BL3, we got the first level cap increase to that game between the first and second DLCs. I don't remember when the level caps for BL2 and TPS rolled out specifically, or BL1, but based on BL3, we're already doing well. Mind showing the workings of the build in the room? Sure. Pandemisium with exploit their weakness. another one. 2 Hey Harry, good to see you. Hope all's well. All's great. I hope everything's good on your end. Make Spore Companion not stupid, among other things. Yeah, I don't think we need more pet classes. Just refine the ones that are here. Volatile Peg Leg goes over 1,000 card damage. That's, like, tempting, honestly. You want a good mix of card damage and attack speed for Ghostblade weapons, chat? Snake Stick happens to do that very well. 1.3 attack speed with over 1,200 card damage at Primordial, and it's also got good base crit chance. And then that's all before accounting for the fact that Snake Stick has the Hydras when you actually melee with it. So Snake Stick is one of the best Ghostblade weapons. It's got better crit chance and damage than Peg Leg, slightly lower attack speed, but higher base damage. Actually, the base damage is comparable. So Snake Stick works out to be a little bit better, but Peg Leg's a good one to keep an eye out for. Started a co-op game with a friend. He convinced me to do a spell build I'm having fun with. Ooh. Spellcasting can be very enjoyable. And there's so much diversity in different spells you can use. Had helping with some stuff. How's stream been? It's been good, Worlds. It's been good. Been enjoying this build. It's passing the vibe check on bosses and stuff as well so far. We're gonna do a maker run on the next run and see how that goes. But I'm hopeful. You know, the pan is pretty decent on the card damage. 1277 on Volatile. That probably means like what, 1400 Primordial? Really good crit damage. Crit chance could be better. Swing speed kind of low. But the pan is probably a pretty good Ghostblade weapon. Huh. That's good to know. Glove Maker, see, I'll take it easy, Emily. You have a good one. Does Warrior Hilt on melee weapon make Ghostblade better? Yes, but you have to stack it with your actual melee attack. Build? Oh yeah, right. Stabbo, down to Alchemical Agent. Clawbringer, down to Awe. And we're using a Stormclaw with 3 points in Awe, so we have a lot of crit chance. We got the Ghostblade crit chance and damage enchant as well. We got a Bad Egg. Rings, you're trying to go for a mix of duration and melee damage, best you can. I need more duration for more comfiness. Amulet is pretty much whatever you can get with stats that are relevant to this. I happen to have a Slip and Stun, but honestly a Theurge would probably be better, because then you could minimize your Ghostblade downtime. Fortifying Sigil for damage and healing. Snake Stick gives you more sources of melee damage while still having good stats for Ghostblade itself. I'm holding a Scalawag that I got. A Fire ×2 Scalawag with melee crossbolts and a 25% blade. Which gives the best formula I can have while just holding a gun. Shadowfire is an alternative weapon to hold during this use of this build. White Rider is in case I ever need to like shoot anything for real to try to kill it with that. And Delusion is just to debuff. Were the Hydras right? More melee? Yeah, the Hydras are also dealing melee damage, which is why we like them. They're getting our Bad Egg, they're getting all our buffs, they're triggering a Chemical Agent, all that good stuff.
To my side.
Basically, the way the build plays is we prioritize Ghostblade and moving Ghostblade onto relevant targets. And if something's in range of us, we set up Snake Stick Hydras as well. And then if we can't meet either of those parameters, we just shoot the Scalawag to debuff enemies for our snake stick to do the work. It's also capable of killing on its own. A bit slowly because we don't have gun damage in this spec, but it can. And the gun being fire means that it's what's keeping our fire portion of the awe skill active. You can do both fire and lightning for awe use. Looking at that snake stick was worth it. Arby's Burger's actually good. Legit had worse burgers at restaurants. Wendy's or McDonald's, I'd be worried. I saw something in the news recently about a particular Arby's where someone was doing things you don't want done to your food. So I probably won't be going to Arby's, like, ever. Because that just skeeved me out. I did not like it. Using fire auto increase the melee crit. Yeah, the fire part of awe is the crit damage. And since we have so much crit chance, we may as well get some crit damage to go with that. So since our Hydras themselves are lightning, since our Wyvern, because of the claw armor, is doing purely lightning damage, they are keeping that half of awe active. And my Ghostblade itself is also lightning, so it's benefiting from the claw debuff. Using my gun for fire, which makes the most sense. That's why Shadowfire is also good, because it can do the fire thing as well. It also has a blade. It's good at applying status effects, and we could even use the Shadowfire for self-damage to turn on our Bad Egg, if we want to. Sorry about Stallion, I tried. Any of the new class will be? They've not announced or confirmed anything, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Scarred will do milkshakes. Yeah, John. Same thing. We're on the same page.
Are you really so eager for destruction?
Love to see a Clawbringer build with Thunder Anima. I haven't seen many people using that weapon. It's not very good, is why. It briefly had this interesting gimmick where it was scaling with spell damage, like the Queen's Cry, but they removed that. And now it's just kind of awkward. It can't be enchanted either. I'll revisit it once that gets addressed. I think Gearbox should change where 1,000 cuts in the formula make it better. I don't think it should be a priority over other things. I think it would make the skill better, but does Stabomancer as a class need to be stronger? No. And would I like to see that changed before other things that are more important? Also no. So, it would be a good change on an individual scale, but I think it can wait. ARs need a buff. I would like to see an AR balancing pass first. Yeah, I agree, Swollen Bees needs. AR and melee weapon balancing passes, I think, are more important than class things right now. Because there's a couple melee weapons you just have no realistic reason to ever use. And there's ARs as a category, just kind of feel like they don't have a place in this game currently. There's some good ones, like Bread Slicer and Donkey are legitimately good. But most of them just kind of feel like, okay, but why would I use this? Which melee does the highest base? Claymore? Yeah. But it's important to keep in mind for Ghostblade. Ghostblade also checks your attack speed. So you want a weapon that swings fast enough as well. Now for Dreadwind, since it doesn't look at speed, yeah, you just go for highest base for that. But you also want to check your attack speed for Ghostblade. No really AR-based builds. Yeah, there's builds you could slap an AR on, but there's, like, not much reason to build around any of the ARs right now. Rogue Imp was great, and they did a simultaneous nerf and bug fix with that item that I don't think it needed the nerf, just the bug fix. And there's a bunch of ARs that just could use some love. Imp, the old goodie. Imp is good. It got nerfed, undeservedly, but it's good. However, it's not enough to define an entire weapon class. So I think more things should be desirable. It doesn't necessarily need to even be damage buffs. You guys know I'm a vocal proponent of slowing down power creep by doing more thoughtful buffs. I would like to see things in the vein of the Shadowfire buff, where they gave the Shadowfire an identity. They didn't just buff the damage, they also massively increased the status effect chance. So now the Shadowfire is the best gun at applying dots in the game, if you chuck it. They could do something out of the box like that for more of the ARs. Coming in late today, hello friends. Hey Dex, how you doing? I feel like I keep missing the aspects because I'm having too much fun playing. I definitely missed Bark, didn't I? I'm just legitimately not paying attention. I'm trying to Fatebreaker melee, but not melee type builds. I want to do something with Fatebreaker, I'm just not sure what I would do with it, and also Fatebreaker is one of the weapons I would like to see get an increase in damage. So in terms of melee weapons that I would like to see balancing for, the Storm Surge's effect is still bugged. I'd like to see that fixed. I'd like the Ragnarok and the Fatebreaker to receive damage increases. I'd like the Banshee to be changed so that it always gets a hilt mod. Currently, a Banshee has a chance to roll without a hilt mod. I believe Salt and Battery might as well, actually. Storm Surge fixed? Yeah, I'd like to see it fixed. The Lightning Bolt from Storm Surge doesn't do damage. It literally does not register an instance of damage. So half of the legendary effect just doesn't function. Snipers and rocket launchers not really viable. Yeah, that's not true at all, Soul and Beast Knees. Rocket launchers are very good, you just don't have much ammo to shoot them. They do good damage. And where is this thing about snipers not being viable coming from? Can you name me a bad sniper rifle other than the Con? Other than the Cow Con, name me a bad sniper rifle. Antique? No! The Great Bow is one of the hardest hitting weapons in the entire game. It's the easiest weapon to farm in the entire game because it has no part variance whatsoever. It is literally one of the most powerful damage weapons, like, per shot you can have. It's 2 ammo per shot, so it's ammo efficient. Like, the Antique Great Bow slaps incredibly hard. What makes you think that it's bad? Like, even if you just look at the card damage, an unused one is over 50,000 card damage, and a used one is over 5,000 card damage. Like, 5,000 damage per shot. Redo this fight with a sniper rifle? I'm not on a sniper rifle build, ACR. Are you saying that you would like to see a Great Bow in action? Because this is a melee build. I can't slap a great bow on my melee build and be like, look, see, it's bad. It's not for that. Times 3 sawmill's amazing. Any variant of the sawmill's amazing. Like, see anything with a sniper rifle. Okay, I'll do one after this run then. I still want to do a maker on the Clawstalker build, but I'll do that next run. I'll go on my favorite gun build and use the great bow. Because I see a lot of people say this sniper is bad thing, but I don't think anyone who says it knows where it's coming from, because, like, snipers are better in this game than literally any lands game since the first. Like, that is not hyperbole, they're just better. See more builds with it, which I don't see. Okay, so you're not seeing people use it. That doesn't mean the item's not good. And if people are saying the item's not good because they're not using it, well, don't you think the solution is for people to actually build for things before writing them off as bad? Ghostblade. Class uses sniper's best. Builds that shoot guns. Mailing with nimble fingers increases the damage from self-cast spells like Fortify and Sigil Hydras? Yes. Hey Onyx, how you doing? So we will do a run with Antique Great Bow. Stand snipers and launchers both are so underrated. The big thing with launchers is the unique ones have weird projectile behavior, so they're hard to use without hurting yourself. And then you have the ammo problem. But once you solve the ammo problem, there's a lot to be done with launchers. Because they're typically used as backups or alternatives, so any mage can switch with snipers easily be built around any class. Right, Donner, so right. You can fully use a carouser or a great bow as a primary with no ammo sustain at all. They're that efficient. Now something like a skeet prod or a sawmill, the ammo problem becomes a thing. So it really depends on what you're using. Let's do it. Hey, Scoops! Thank you for the 7 months. I love that emote combination. That's blessed. Thank you. Where did I put my save? I think I misplaced my, my actual save. Hang on. I might have to respec a thing. Or give me 1 second. Go into my save folder.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Drag 0 and 13 foot Quagga Woo. Drag 0 and 13 foots.
Shows how powerful your hole is. Maybe. Is it also just certain ones that block projectiles? They all block projectiles. And yeah, good example with a Cannonballer Striker. I'll fix it. Hang on. The stuff you go through testing things. Arg. Skin is dope. You like it? Weapon's highest sheet number? Is it purple rocket launcher? Unshot great bow. Over 50,000. A used great bow drops to over 5,000. It's 10%. But a used great bow, 10% of that one is still like, LOL. Oh, too many saves, you have too many saves. I really do need to get rid of some of these, though. Where is... Okay, there it is. Does Ancestral Frost add frost damage, or add to the frost damage? Adds to the frost damage. It is not frost damage itself. Okay. I had to, like, copy a save and scramble the ID because... reasons. Okay, cool. Now we'll swap out this. Used Antique Great Bow. For any sniper deniers, ready? Used Antique Great Bow. 730 times 7. Cape of Tides. Frost damage amulets. Do I want to put on a sniper ring? I could just not, honestly. Put that one on. Got that, got that, that. Okay, we're good.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Yeah, that's a cryo bow, so it's nerfed and it's bad. Yeah, that's why I'm using it. Does barb with the great bow? It doesn't. Great bow does not apply the correct crossbolts, so it just doesn't. The enemy's actually getting range. Hold on.
Ice bite.
Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, you're frigid. Okay. Well, I'll just kill you instead. This objective is so trolly.
Ready to bring the arcane
Ow. Pain. Dying. Let me back in! Let me in! Okay, there we go. Can actually play the video game now. Frames are bad, so sniper's bad. Yeah, understandable. Cyclops is like, let me help you, friend. Get over here. What if they made those areas the size of the whole map, please? So, we'll one-shot that enemy. We will one-shot that enemy. You know, not miss like we did on the first shot. One-shot this enemy. Oh, Ricochet hit that one. One-shot that enemy. Now, if this was a bad gun, would it be doing that? If this, which has been appointed the worst of the sniper rifles by, I don't know, somebody, was actually bad, would it be one-shotting enemies? At a cost of 2 ammo per shot? While being one of the easiest weapons to farm in the entire game, if not the easiest? You have to hit crits, and my aim sucks. The gun's bad. My aim sucks too, and the gun's great. Now show con? No. How do you farm it? So, the Great Bow, I believe, is sourced from one of the overworld obelisk bosses. But the great thing about the Great Bow is you don't need to farm for, like, a primordial out of the gate, because the item rerolls and is considered a new item by the game once you shoot it. Meaning, you can upgrade a non-chaotic, unused Great Bow into a primordial. And the item even rechecks your level. So if you have a bunch of level 20 unused Great Bows, you can put them on a level 40, go to Chaos 35, and shoot them and have a chance for them to turn primordial. Additionally, there is 0 part variance with the gun. They always have the same exact stats. The only thing that changes is element. And they can't be enchanted, so you don't have to worry about enchant RNG. Also, only 2 ammo per shot. 7 projectiles, each of which individually has more damage than most guns. Can roll in any element. Has a 21% card crit mult, on top of having the Hyperius crit mult, on top of having the Sniper crit mult. Has a shield while you're ADSing to make you tankier. Great Bow get amp shield part. I don't know which shield it has, but it has a shield. Redirect. Has redirect. Is a cryolog? Can be any element you want. Any element. Had a volatile that shot into non-chaotic. Sag. Now, the unused Great Bow does enough damage, you can one-shot raid bosses with it, if you're into that sort of thing. With the used one, it takes a bit more. It takes 4 shots for a raid boss instead of 1, so bad gun, I guess. Probably make that into a one-shot on a spell shot.
Cold of the grave.
Dragon Lord statue is legit one of the best damage tests. Yeah. Quag aim, Exhibit A.
Well, settled, isn't it?
note that I am playing a Mist Dancer, which has literally the least access to damage formula in the game out of every class that is not Wildfire. So second least. Mist Dancer has more formula than Wildfire, but every other combination beats. Also, my gear could be a lot better. Get this gun. Does this. Is Wildfire bad for everything but companion builds? Wildfire can do other stuff as well. You're just putting yourself in a position where you need to make that damage formula back up with gear. So you just need better gear. It's not bad, you just need more gear. Do another run after this, and we'll do Gloop. Evil Eye Crab sees the Great Bow Crabs itself.
Chew on this!
Bad gun. Terrible gun. So, would we like to see another Great Bow run? A mix of different sniper rifles in action in one run? A Carouser only run? A Ski Prod only run? Like, what do you guys want to see? Hey Felicia, how you doing? Con? No, Con's off the table. Carouser? I can do Carouser. We'll even use a plate mill. Nerf it a little bit. For fairness.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Honestly though, would an Envy run be asking for a lot? No. Envy's good. It's not as good as the Great Bow or the Carouser. And I wouldn't really recommend it as a bossing option, but Envy and mobbing is more than good enough. It's not of the tier of, you know, Carouser and Great Bow, where if you ask for a buff for it, you're out of your fucking mind. But it's not of a tier where it's bad. I wouldn't call it bad. It's just kind of fine, you know? It's like Wizard's Pike. It's just fine.
This will be over before you can regret it. Cross dagger!
This objective's such a pain in the ass. You know, let me use that other circle. That's why they give us multiple, right? Wouldn't make sense if Envy users didn't have anything in Envy. So this is with some intentionally subpar gear choices made here. I'm using a plate mail, which results in a damage down. And I'm choosing to boost the dark magic portion rather than boosting the fire portion. Also, I have the relevant gear to make my Carouser 2 mag, if I choose to, and that's a substantial DPS increase. But I'm not using that right now. And that was an 844k crit. It's like, shoot enemy in crit spot, profit. So we're able to hit almost a mil with gear that is, nerfing us. The gun also consumes 1 ammo per shot, has crossbolts at the value of 8%, whereas most crossbolts are in the 1 to 6 range. Ricochets. An enemy that gets hit by a carouser, if it somehow does survive, its aggro gets modified, and it and its friends start fighting. See, this enemy is my friend now, but it's also dead. See? They get very confused.
Never a moment.
Carouser also has the best crit formula in the game. It's not a Carouser exclusive thing, but black powder, crossbow barrel, sniper rifles have the best crit formula in the entire game. Because crossbow barrel gets a crit mult, black powder gets a crit mult, sniper rifles get a crit mult, and then it also has a crit mult on the card. Literally the hardest critting thing in the game.
Ice bite.
There's just no upside to Janus there. I mean the con? Or January is a month. Because my birthday's in January. And I agree, that month kind of sucks. Oh, I should pay more attention. It's only 1 freaking ammo? Yeah. The con? Yeah. The con just, it consumes 5 ammo per shot, does terrible damage, can't be enchanted. The shot pattern makes it so good luck hitting anything you're not hugging. You reload constantly, regardless of whether you have ammo to shoot or not. It forces you to reload more often than your ammo dictates. There is nothing good about that gun. Meanwhile, there's nothing bad about this gun. You guys want Great Bow or Carouser on Gloop? I'm gonna use Carouser for the rest of this run, but Great Bow or Carouser on Gloop?
Piercing cold. I've got all the magic I need.
It's using Flame already? Yes. Any ammo boosts in this week's featured run? I can't think of any. Can't think of any right now. Yeah, this is using plate mail to nerf my damage. Great Bow without Cape of Tides. Okay.
I take speed.
Carouser, so you mismatch element. So posing the question again, this belief that snipers are bad, is this out of not using them, like we established before? Because I feel like it is. This certainly doesn't seem bad to me. Oh, sure, when I'm terrible at video games and miss, I'm not doing damage, but if I hit the fucking thing, it does pretty well. Oh, I was hoping it would launch me to space. It does that sometimes. Like people say crossblade bad. I don't understand that one either. Like, it's literally, it has to be them not hitting enemies with the item. That is the only way that makes sense. Seen gun damage rolls twice on rings or necklace. Sharkbane ring is unique among all the rings. It can get, when you get gun damage on a Sharkbane, the value is higher. It basically has a hidden part. This is exclusive to Sharkbane, where it just has more gun damage. See? 39.4 on Volatile. Whereas if you compare this finger ward at Volatile, it's 19.7. That is a mechanic exclusive to Sharkbane. All stems from needing to build around items, not just LOL Unnerved Liquid Cooling is the only good legendary. Yeah, right. Like this. Orkanar's Cock always has 2 all damage rolls. Irish. Gun damage. Gun damage. The question was gun damage. We were shooting that guy in the shin. It was available. Ghostblade proc Blast Chill? No. Not since the Blast Chill mechanical change they did. Blast Chill only procs from actual melee swings such as this.
Send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Nice echo.
Right, you need ammunition, don't you? Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Little bonus for you guys. Little bonus. It's tough when my frames are gone. Yeah, I had to turn around there because that was some bad stutter. There we go. Also a different build, so I could have 2 shots to Chamber of the Carouser. Yeah, I just have to change out my rings for that. And run a mag-size amulet. We'll continue to Carouser. Nice echo. Remember, echo scales off the damage you dealt, so my Carouser Ricochet ruined something's day, and then I got that big echo. Hey, Envy. I need one of those to prove a point. Primordial Diamond Gauntlets. It's trying so hard. Not with that multi-class combo. But like, it's trying so hard. Sad. Anyway. That elemental shit going on there, just contagion? Yeah. I do not have enough status damage in this build currently for contagion to do the thing, though, so. This bunny I have. Let me swap that out to... this won't matter. Just using that for stats. Use the corrosive grape though. Wish Feral Surge target was better. It's a little awkward. Ouchies. Dog, I need you. So, like, not exactly bad. Now we're doing Gloop. It was requested that I do it without Cape of Tides, so I will do it without Cape of Tides. We'll use Frost, no Cape. No Capes! Farm the wheels for some bar blows, getting so many without an element damage increase. Yeah, my first one I ever got rolled that way. It was very weird. Hot take if snipers are bad, pistols are trashed here. I'm trying to avoid some Twitter drama currently, so we pass on that. Save it in the bank, ruffle as many feathers. Yeah. Just joined and saw that. Yeah, Walnut. The sniper's bad thing came up, and I just wanted to put my money where my mouth is and show. Because, I don't know, people don't believe me when I say snipers are good in this game. There's one bad sniper. Only one. One. NB next? I can do NB next. Now, NV doesn't really do great at bossing, but it mobs well enough. What kind of mag do I have on this one? Oh, it's one of the 1x1 reloads? Okay, I got bad rolls in this NB. but I'll use it anyway. No, not barber load. And we will do plate mail. And I have that sniper ring on. This will be fine. That'll work. You better the worse the rolls, better prove the point. Yeah, let's roll whatever decent enchant we can get onto it after I spend some crystals here. I'm hitting this in the hopes of an unused great bow, so I can also one-shot a raid boss with it to prove that point. Not much in the way of legendaries from this haul. Huh, Primordial Black Powder Sniper 2500. Nice. Good for it. Sawmill. Sawmill's also sick. I think that one's more common knowledge, though. Love it here? Hey, I'm glad you do. Spellcast poison, good enough. Okay, so Envy is a more middle-of-the-road weapon. It is definitely more suited to mobbing. But it can kill, and it can work well.
Watch out!
Now you can get an NB with a box mag. You don't have to do the 1x1 reload. I can vouch from personal experience that that's way more fun to use. But part variants be like. Boom! Thank you for taking care of Walnut. I appreciate that. Envy's one of the snipers that I would consider, a buff isn't necessary, but it also wouldn't be, like, terrible for the game. Buffing the Great Bow or Carouser, again, because they both already got the sniper buff and didn't need that, would be ridiculous. It'd be insane. It'd be, like, why? So the Envy's effect is that its ricochets do some dark magic stuffs. So this is yet another weapon you want to crit with. In addition to the sniper and black powder crit formula reasons to do that. As you can see on a crit, relevant amounts of damage. good ricochets. How do you feel about this week's feature, the format and how it plays out? For the most part, I like it. The balloon enemies can get very annoying in some of the rooms, but other than that, I like it. I thought I would take him with me. Didn't work out that way. Cool, we one-shot her. Seems quite interesting. First couple rooms are a pain in my butt, though. Yeah, the balloon enemies are, like, pain, suffering, sad. I'm not going to take Envita Gloop because it's not fun. But the weapon's not for that. Weapon's great for rooms like this. We've got enemies with pretty open crit spots. In a somewhat open area. You know what the envy reminds me of, now that I think about it, chat? Fragment Rain. It's one of those guns, it's not really doing most of the work on the single target situation. Now, with enough formula and skill interactions like this, you can make it do that, but it's not for that. It's a mobbing sniper rifle. A tough time not picking up the Frost Vengeance Curse. Throwable holes can easily mitigate that. I play so many setups where I just want to move more that the modifier is annoying to me. Not a huge fan.
Looks like Magic's back on the menu.
I think the only series you can use term mobbing snipers in Borderlands. Yeah, that's a fair point. Actually, I'm not sure about that. I'm sure mobbing has some situations where snipers are advantageous in, like, Destiny, right? And I know in Outriders there's some snipers that are okay at mobbing. That have some, I would argue, more use mobbing than bossing.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
this guy's by himself. I need group shenanigans. Cat, do not jump on my desk. Ouch. Ouch. So rude.
The cold of the grave.
Got a hotfix this week, whatever it'll be. They clued us in on the SMG stuff during the patch. No indication what comes next. Love to see some class tweaks. A lot of people said class tweaks. I personally would rather see a melee or an AR balance pass. Either of those. There we go, there's the big dots.
More you, is it? Won't be enough. Let's get casting and blasting.
Fucking evil eye crab. Why can they jump like that, chat? Why? It's so scary. Like seeing the aim down sight skill for Spore be brought down from 10 seconds. Yeah. That should honestly be like 3. If that. Ghostblade was Vampire's infinite life steal. Yeah, not how it works, Rohith. Ghostblade does not trigger health modifiers. Only actual physical melee swings trigger things like Vampire, like Echo, like Amp. Where is the exact number I thought also? Yeah. Because if you make it longer than 3, you could make it 4, that would just feel awkward. But if you make it 5, then it's still mutually exclusive with half the enchantments in the game. And at 10, it is mutually exclusive with most of the enchantments in the game. Any sort of action skill start, with the exception of the global damage one. All of the action skill end ones. And all the spellcast ones. 10 seconds makes it mutually exclusive with all those things. Why is Parasite leaning like that? Why does it do that? It's very eerie. Vampire pickaxes are nice. Yeah, Vampire with fast swing speed is quite good for sustain. So that was an NB run. Now I'm gonna do another Carouser run. But we're gonna we're gonna hold back. Not hold back. We're gonna use that. Fire. The 2-mag Carouser. Bow down. By Smooth Parasite. Get so many Storm Surges, but the fucking thing doesn't work. have to aim for that long before you get the bonus, though. 10 seconds, your buffs are worn off, and even 5 seconds are gone. Usually 3 is a good number. Yeah, exactly my point. Exactly my point. Also, yeah, I broke 30 mil in this character, chat.
Ah, you're here. Enter if you dare.
Didn't use your crystals? I know. I don't have inventory in this character. I don't want to be tempted to have to drop something I care about. And currently, the runs I'm doing are just for gameplay showcasing purposes. I don't really care about the loot. So as you can see, the damage is... it's okay. It's like... it's okay, you know? Occasionally something survives our first shot.
There's a chill in the air.
Occasionally. Seems you have Monkey Syndrome, full inventory-itis. Yep, I'm just built that way. We got any Redditors watching? I fully expect to see a clip of this on the subreddit being downvoted to hell for spreading the misinformation that snipers are good. Come on, chop chop. Not about coming here and getting run with back. That's true. Hey Vocal, how you doing today? Good to see you.
Right, you need ammunition, don't you? Ice bite.
Feels good, can't really complain. How about yourself? Goes the gaming? Gaming goes well. I had a lot of fun playing the Clawstalker Ghostblade build I put together. Currently we're just showcasing some sniper rifles, because, you know, that old conversation keeps coming up. But, I put my money where my mouth is. I say sniper's good, I will show you snipers being good. And here you go. Quick, if an item gets buffed, that means it was bad. Since the global sniper buff wasn't over 100%, it means it's still bad. The mental gymnastics sometimes, Amber, it's crazy. Word ban? Alright, insane thing. I got you. Can't say that for 10 minutes. Guess that means I have to stream another 10 minutes. Pretty sciencey right there. Might need to reconsider my position. That's fair. Where's the crit spot on the badass rolls? How it seems to prevent crits? That's a good question. I don't know. I just shoot that spot anyway. I do a con run. I would genuinely rather just not stream than use that gun. See, if people said, hey, con bad, I'd be all for hopping on that train. That hate train. That gun sucks. Still gotta take the risk. You tried. You tried. Someone will get me. I'll forget. I have such a bad short-term memory that I will legitimately forget the word band is on in like 3 minutes. That's your sweet spot. Like 4 minutes into word band, I just start saying it.
For you, is it? Won't be enough.
Where was banned again? A word. Con's free content, make it work. No, you can. I already did like a quarter stream of using the con last week or week before, boom. Because I blackmailed myself into using it. To get Priz to play Remnant with me instead of sleeping when he should have, I promised to use the con on stream. So I did use the con for a bit a few days ago. No, I didn't mean to say that to Undersa, but thanks for looking out for me. I have a bad memory. Might have forgotten otherwise. Did I forget to do gloop? I totally did. That's okay. Choose to replace save files, get needed enchants, or just farm the gun. I farm the gun. When you equip it, shoot one crab, then unequip. It wouldn't even kill the crab. Two-shotting things instead of one-shotting? Yeah, shit, you're right. Man, my FTS ended. Bad gun. Ever find yourself running out of ammo? No, not with this gun anyway. Corrals are super efficient. You never run out of ammo with this thing. With a great bow, if you miss a lot, you can run out. Sawmill, skeet prod, yeah, running out is a part of life if you don't get alters for it. Hey Fireball, how you doing today? Stealing that heavy damage then? In that fight? Ricochets. Ricochets and Echo. You can get a black powder ricochet off of an enemy, and then have that ricochet trigger play the angles, and then that's gonna ruin something's day, and then I just simply deliver that damage with Echo. That. Leave me alone. Stop shooting me. So rude. Big chunk. $3 mil Echo. Nice.
One boss.
That means that my Carouser dealt 30 million damage in the last 10 seconds, by the way. Which, you know, I think is good. Let's do one more on the Clawstalker. I think the sniper point... Fuck! I almost made it! Damn it! See? I forget. I just forget. Ah, I think that point is proven. Shit. Ah, I was so close. Why am I like this? I was this close. I should have just ended stream instead of doing another run. I should have just ended fucking stream. Owned himself. I did tell you guys. Are there any billions of damage in this game? Yes. Try to run my Mistdancer with just snipers, the damage isn't there. Most important ring stats for them. Sniper crit does a lot. Keep in mind ricocheting is going to be a huge part of it in J-Bridge. Also, snipers have really good crit formula, so even for the single target, critting is very important. On top of that, you have the Headhunter skill, which gives you conditional damage upon hitting an actual crit spot. So really, like, even the From the Shadows stuff I'm doing is still leaving damage on the table. You want to make sure you hit the actual crit spot. Very important. Difficulty play on? I play on Intense, Chaos 35. I got that in my title, but you can see at the bottom of my screen, see the 35, and if you look in my in-game menu, Gameplay, Intense. Trapped Hearts or Elemental Overflow? I guess I go with Trapped Hearts. That could be some free bad egg uptime. Oh damn, you got me a couple times there, J-Bridge. I just realized. I didn't even process. See, I forgot again. That's how great my memory is. Forgot again. An earnest question, but got him. Yeah. Where's the other quartz location on this map? I only know one of them. Probably change that. I feel like it's over here somewhere. Probably is. Whatever. Fucking zombies. Choose to keep a non-chaotic used great bow for C35. I mean, if I didn't have a better one. For C35, generally for guns, I'm at least looking for chaotic. Preferably volatile, but if the gun's good enough, chaotic will do the work. Non-chaotic can too, you're just going to need even more gear investment. A good way of getting better great bows is just hit the sniper bunny, take any great bow you find and just save it. You could either pick it up and shoot it and then throw it away if it's not of a chaos tier you want, or you could save it and then use the unused one on, say, a raid boss for a one-shot, because it can do that. Or you can do what I did to farm my primordial, use great bows. Put them all on one save, and then shoot them all. Just go through your inventory shooting all the great bows. What did I just take? I meant to get the ammo. What altar was that? Does it show me here? No. Elemental. Oh, I didn't mean to take that. Gross.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
So those things roll completely when you shoot, including chaos level, including character level as well, for Julio. Character level, chaos level. It is functionally a completely new item. The game treats it as if it just dropped for you. So you could get it on, you know, level 20 C0, put it on your level 40 C35, and it could potentially roll the primordial and would now be level 40. The only thing that carries over is the element.
Ready for adventure?
Think they'll ever give PTA spore power? I honestly hope they just quietly remove spore power, or PTA from the description of spore power, honestly. Yeah, I was not paying enough attention there. Died because bad. I hope they just quietly remove PTA from spore power description, because it does not need to get that. It doesn't. You get a Prime Great Bow and can roll down a non-chaotic? Yes, Striker, it could. They're functionally different items. So, yeah, you could get a Prime that rolls as nothing. You could be super lucky and get a Primordial that rolls as a Primordial again. And that's, you got a 1%, and then you got another 1%. That's like some next level RNG. Hey, rare farmers, do that. Farm a Great Bow and get a double Primordial. I like that you can direct Ghostblade while you're down. Like, it doesn't go away when you go down, and you can still direct it. I think that's the only action skill you can do that with. Disgusting, now I need to show my great bows. Nightmare. Cool. Nightmare's a fast one, if I play well.
Hey, little devil.
I'm not doing.
Did you really think I would stay down?
That was okay. Where are you going? Price manipulating the antique market price by encouraging people to shoot their great bows. You got me. It's all part of my diabolical plan.
Magic time!
Back-to-back prime great bows don't count because their beam is orange. Fucking love you, Urban 10 minutes exactly, by the way. Fun run. Give me that snake stick. Primordial with a health mod that isn't Echo, Rampage, or Amp. Any of the others I'll find a use for. More Storm Surge. I've seen more of that item in the last day than... Wait, fucking 3 of them. Is it weighted towards it? Three of them, right there. Primordial Bulk Stick. Nice. Let's build around a broken Storm Surge. It is destiny, but it is bug. It no worky. It no worky. I don't know, maybe. Okay, before I go another gun area on a 2 double knot comp, that's gross. Before I go another, hour without realizing, that's gonna be it for today. The Scalawag good, by the way. We're gonna hold on that. Ultimate test is building around something that doesn't work. Hey, I've made my career in the lands community, and there's some interesting takes, so does that count? Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your holiday weekend. If you're in a relevant place for that. Not that it's like a happy holiday or anything, more of a somber one. You get the idea. Tomorrow, I'll be live. More Wonderlandsing. Work on Clawstalker build more. I got a couple other build concepts. Launcher build I briefly mentioned. I'm trying to do some spellcasting stuff, although I'm back to the drawing board on the specific thing I'm doing. But yeah, there's always more build concepts to test, always more gear to farm for. Clearly I have to get my saves in order so I don't have to, move a backup and then move a thing and scramble an ID. I have too many saves. I should spend some time cutting down on that. I hope you know Sniper's good, Clawstalker Melee good, Wonderland's good, and let's find somewhere for you guys to go. Epic is doing some down-patched BL2, which honestly sounds like more enjoyable than modern BL2. Lazy's doing some Clawbringer all elite chamber runs. Tizzle's playing some Tomb Raider. His internet's real bad and awkward. I guess let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. Anyway, raid message. Ah, here, we'll do this. Copy that. I like the low effort shitposty raid messages. We'll do that one. Cause raid rhymes with blade, get it? Ghost Blade Shadow Legends. Nah. You could do that one. I don't fucking care. Let's go say hi to Lazy. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow, same time, same place. You know, the usual. Thank you again for all the support, all the kind words, yada yada yada. You're great. And thank you for sitting around and entertaining me as I prove points. Bye-bye.